Hello. Don't mind me, I'm just getting things going. It's really cold this morning. It has been 0 degrees Fahrenheit overnight for like a week at least. Getting kind of old. I mean, I am, but so it is getting kind of old too. And I wouldn't mind things warming up a little bit. Eventually they will. I mean, eventually things will warm up so much I won't want it to be warm. Such is climate, as it were. Right now, I wouldn't mind the weather warming up enough that I can get my fuel oil tank fixed. That's going in a weird direction. I'm kind of trying to avoid using up the rest of the fuel oil because I don't want to run out of it just yet. Ooh, look, we have a lot of smoke, don't we? Watch this. This is going to go boom. Boom. There we go. A solid foam if ever I heard one. Yeah, we're going to be doing some Godot game stuff today. But I'll also tell you about something that I'm working on. I think I've actually got the arrangement card thing sorted out. And the music composition aid thing I've been thinking about is probably not going to take the form of a Godot program. It's probably going to take the form of a card game. And let me tell you why that is. The reason I would like to have it take the form of a card game is because the way everything's going, I have very little trust that computers are going to remain like a good thing indefinitely. We've all been thinking like, okay, so yay, computers is everything. You'll not own anything, but you will log on to whatever. And like just this morning, I saw Crown Prince's video, which I posted on Blue Sky, by the way, on Adobe Animate being basically taken away. Like you could be using Adobe Animate for years and signing up on it, you know, for like more than I pay for JetBrains Writer, by the way, hundreds of dollars a year. And that's not even the monthly rate, that's by the year. And then they're like, okay, thank you for your hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. This is going away in 2027. Bye, thanks. And nothing will work. And please export all of your stuff if you expect to keep any of it. That's crazy. That's that my friend Bacon Paul was doing. We could play that my friend Bacon Paul was doing. We could play with that a little bit today, although it doesn't actually fit on my streaming screen. The size of it is weird and unmanageable. I don't know if they're going to do anything about that. Let's engage the damper, and I'm going to go back over to where the computer is so I can see what anybody says. Yeah, and here we is. So hey Jonathan, hey Chad. Yeah, I'm up a little bit early today, which is fine. I have a concept of a thing. When I do game programming having to do with sound, I'm just going to use headphones so that I can run the stream directly, you know, the audio directly to the stream, and not have to worry about also having the speakers come through. And I have spent hours this morning doing all of my usual morning work, but I am up to where, let's see. Jonathan, you can request anything and everything. Whether I'll do it is completely another story. Honestly, my attention needs to be drawn to a problem that Grenz was having, where he's having problems with denoise, and I don't know why. So I should have a look at that. But go ahead and do maybe somebody else in chat will be able to make it for you, if you have such a request. I don't know. That is the sort of thing where I could think about that. Honestly, I see a reason why I should be more interested in that rather than less. And I'll tell you why. It's because people in normal circumstances, like even I, struggle to record stuff that's like acoustic guitars and things like that, which is why I normally don't. But even I struggle to do that because I have the very big privilege of living in Vermont and having a place to live. But street noises can be really loud. There can be a lot of weird interference and problems stopping me from being able to record it, even if I manage to get all of my recordings and microphones and everything decked out as much as I possibly could. Just the ability to record something at all can be problematic. My drum room is upstairs. That's an incredible privilege to have an upstairs, but my life led me to this position. Other recording that I can do could be interfered with by, for instance, sound of the wood stove would interfere with some things, and I have to run that during the winter. Sound of my hot water heater can also interfere with recordings, and indeed even my plugin videos. And there's only so much I can do. So in that light, I really see the advantage to having an electric guitar plugged straight into the DI, much like I'm doing with the Pointy Deluxe, pointy guitar, chimey guitar, those things that are dedicated to letting you just plug into the computer and use that. You don't actually have to have a recording situation to have usable, workable sounds. But I'm not doing anything for acoustic guitars yet. So, yeah, that's an interesting suggestion. I can think of a number of things where I could probably, like doing I think what I'd probably want to do is similar to what I'm about to bring up on screen. Namely, my reverb developments. So if I could make a reverb, maybe like a simple 4x4 if I wanted to get particularly lush about it, but maybe something even simpler like a 3x3. And come up with a way to get the genetic algorithm to shape that into the form I need, that could become very useful. I could see that being a thing. Yeah, well, I mean, that's not wrong. I mean, even I am making amp plugins that are completely different from the normal run of amp plugins, but are still able to get my kinds of sounds better than I would have imagined. And I don't usually go for like amp modeler types of sounds. I'm looking for something very much else, but I made one, and several of them, in fact. It's one of the things that's going to come out is the newest generation of that, which is, I'm pretty sure I've got it as Punchy Guitar and Punchy Deluxe. Basically, it's the same thing as Pointy, except for it's using the new optimized sine calculation. In other words, not tape hack, but whatever the new saturation thing was. So let me start shuffling some of my things around, because I have yet to do this, but this is not one of the super cumbersome ones. I just haven't yet done it. So I do need to do this before moving on to whatever else it is we're going to do. One of the things I could do is update into the matrix so that it more facilitates that kind of work. Because right now what I've got is a set of optimized settings for stuff that is still changeable, but it's not available in the interface yet, or not available in the interface anymore. And the only thing that's accessible is room size. And I can easily put that back. That wouldn't be a problem. In fact, if I wanted to go really hard, I could code up a... here's the thing, though. Like, I could code up a C# 3x3 matrix so that you could generate 3x3 householder matrices for a purpose like that, having them be very tiny and having them be the size of a guitar. But I feel like 4x4 is probably as small as they should go. 3x3 is like early reflections time, which is not to say that's a bad idea. The trick is really figuring out what the settings for everything else should be. So maybe that would be a good idea to do to start off. And of course, I also need to go and make another cup of coffee because it's closing in on 11. And I'm probably going to want to guzzle 2 cups of coffee by the time the afternoon comes around. So we can just nerd out on the video game stuff. Like mad people. Well, I can be the mad person, you can be the audience. I was watching a video by a computer nerd YouTuber, a programmer YouTuber, who's come to my attention a little bit. He is goes by the Primogen. He is extremely cynical and hilariously insulted and noisy about all the AI nonsense. The one that I watched this morning was him responding in about 9 minutes to all of that ridiculous, like, AI molt book, faux, and when I say faux, I mean false, false Facebook for only AIs so that we can see what they do when they just talk to each other. And yeah, it was all fake. It was all like people pretending to be AIs and talking and typing stuff. And then the entire website got hacked and fell over in under 24 hours because the guy said, "Hey, I did this entire thing with not one line of code of my own. AI did it all for me." Yeah, sure did. So, woof, that was wild. Meanwhile, here I am doing this kind of stuff, largely by hand and with great cumbersome effort. And here's where we're at. I have rendered all of these out to audio files. This should cover a range from extremely large halls to potentially so large that they're going to start to break up and sound weird. So my first process is normalize so that they can all be a comparable volume. And then having done that, it will be time to analyze. And this is going to tell me what the amplitudes of peak energy relative to RMS all of these are. That's a trick. It's a kind of amusing trick, and somebody was very clever to be able to fake it as well as they do, but it's still a trick. Today I'll be fooling around with the video game I'm developing and not using that stuff, other than I'm always curious to see what JetBrains Writer does with its autocomplete. In a way, I can use stuff like that creatively by seeing what the thing, whether it's just the JetBrains Writer autocomplete. I turned off its like quote-unquote AI features, but that doesn't do everything. If I can see what the autocomplete thinks I'm supposed to do, then if I intentionally do something other than that, I'm probably on the right track. Go figure. And yeah, it's a wild thing to say, but I mean it. I'm not actually joking. So having done this, we now have a CSV file. Bada boom. It'll open it. See, the other thing that I worry about is I just recently had to update the web browser that I'm actually monitoring this live stream with. Remember how I never could be showing the screen on? Hey, now it works. Now it shows on the screen. Unfortunately, there were a bunch of other annoying things that happened of more or less great problematicness. So I was able to update Chromium. That meant I got access to KVR back. I was not personally banned by some person at KVR that took a disliking to me. No. It was always about the browser. I was using an older Chromium browser because things didn't break on it, except for when things started breaking more and more. And Telegram was broken, or no, not Telegram, Substack was broken. I'm thinking of both Substack and Telegram because they're both like weirdly enemy country government controlled nonsense. Actually, Substack is not necessarily that so much as it is a Nazi bar, but it got taken over by liberals, weirdly enough. But yeah, a bunch of things got fixed and were no longer broken, and then a bunch of other things were broken. For instance, I was leaning very heavily on using uBlock Origin to be able to tolerate the web. So Chromium broke that. Or Chrome, rather, broke that. And then they made it so that you can't actually run extensions in Chromium, which is annoying to me. And then they've also broken uBlock Origin, apparently. And it got to where I wasn't able to work out how to solve that. Although I'm being told, like somebody told me and I paid attention, you should use Brave. Brave is built to do those things. And I don't know, maybe. That could be true. But I had been using a particular weather shower. And when I say weather shower, what I mean is I would log onto there, and then rather than having to wait for like Ryan Hall Y'all to post a weather report, and he seemed smart and good, and deep South man, but he's so deep South he isn't able to talk about climate change when it's dead freaking obvious that that's what's happening. But he knows better than to ever mention it. But I'd been using Weather Underground for a long time, and I liked the displays that they showed. They'd show like barometric pressure and a little chart for the temperature. And I lost access to that because it broke on the browser that I was using, the old Chromium, and I couldn't use it anymore. So I went to like weather.com, and I'm still doing my uBlock Origin thing. So I'm like, okay, I don't like this as much, but it still shows me information, and it's roughly the same thing. Updating the browser gave me Weather Underground back. Weather Underground is so completely bombarded with astonishing quantities of ads, like zipping and flashing around and reflowing the page and throwing giant ads with video in front of the entire page with pop-ups. I'm like, oh my God, I got this back, but now it's poisoned. So I went looking back to the one that I didn't like as much, and that was essentially the same thing, except for it was laid out badly. So, woof. So yeah, I'm still working out. Like, I could pay to not have the Weather Underground ads. It would be about $10 a year. I'm already paying YouTube, and I'm no longer allowed to pay YouTube by the year because when I went to re-up that, it would only let me do a monthly thing. And so now YouTube is charging me to not be completely obliterated with. Also, I'm pretty sure it makes like my viewing more valuable, because they've got to be wanting to favor people who get the attention of people who are paying them. That's just logical. So I am at least able to help people I like by watching stuff as a logged-in premium user. And so far it's been pretty good. And by pretty good, I mean it's been good so far at not literally just lying about that, making me spend money, and then throwing stuff at me anyway. So far. But how many of those things can I do? How many of those things can I do? I can't afford to be doing stuff like that. I mentioned Crown Prince and how I posted on Blue Sky about how she put up a video of Adobe Animate being taken away. Well, I throw $1 or $2 Crown Prince every month because she's that good of a creator, and it's next to impossible to be being an animator on YouTube anymore. For a long time now, it has been. Funnily enough, it turns out that Pikapidi, who I don't think I am on his Patreon, but he's another. He is a weird, freaky animator. Like, think, what's his name? Think like a Ralph Bakshi guy, but a literal animator rather than a producer. And he's kind of like that. And he posted, yep, I'm running a antique computer with Windows 7 and a perpetual license to Toon Boom Studio, and the same graphics tablet, the same Cintiq I've had all this time. And I'm running all of these things and will never change them, and people used to laugh at me about that. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, who's laughing now? He clearly had the right idea there. So let's start walking through some of this stuff before I go and make my cup of coffee and get actually rolling on more exciting looking things. I am going to label these things according to this card. I've got other cards to show you as well. Again, I've made some breakthroughs in the arrangement card thing that I've been trying to do. I got a whole bunch of notes. Here's my whole bunch of notes. I've got a completely different concept than what I've been doing with all of these. Large numbers of these. Pretty much everything about it is going away, although I might be able to figure out something like that I can use. There were useful gamified things about that, but I have a whole different concept for the give people ideas to start making music cards. And one of the ideas is like, yeah, I should have made physical cards. I might not be selling them for really, really cheaply, but if I design it correctly, I can probably make that work. And if I'm strict with myself about not just trying to give the things away, then it can be sustainable no matter what happens to production. But here's the thing, if I produce like physical cards like these that I've drawn on and get them printed as if I was intending to make my money doing that, which is not going to be the case, in no world can I get something like that, make it go at a scale where I could be doing that instead of Airwindows, so that's not even going to happen. But I should be able to get it out there into people's hands, and if I design it properly, like my concept for the new ones, it's only about 36 cards, but it's the way that you play them. And this is a card that tells me what the peak RMS values are supposed to be for this stuff. So let's go through and start labeling these things. If it's 15.41, that is the color green in this work around. So I got to start labeling stuff, and then I can measure how large the file sizes are and incorporate them into my collection of other samples. And then that's what I use to make the reverbs from. So 772, also going to be green. By 15.25, it stops being green anymore. So 846, also going to be green. Note, none of these are very high ratings because they're such a large files, there's such a large reverb size that they stop actually being able to make the high ratings. High ratings are more distant sounding, ironically, but these should have at least something going on with them. So let's see, that was 846, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So 1060 is below, it's 15.22, and 15.25 is the threshold for green. So instead we're going with blue. From this down to 14, no, this down to under 15. So that makes it, let's see, 1060, 1464, also blue. 11:35. Got to hustle through these so that I can start doing something more entertaining. 1969. Wait, 89. Yeah, I stand corrected. That's 89. Also blue. And 1200 is the final one. And then 14.75 and above is purple. So 1518. And that's the only one. And 14.5 and up, which I've got crossed out here, but then I'm going to continue using it anyway. The remaining ones are gray. I'm going to keep everything, and the remaining ones are gray. There will not be one that has such a low measurement that I discard it. I'm keeping them all these days. Yeah, you could ignore politics and then ask me what something is. I pay attention to it. I like to keep sort of plugged in on that, although it's exhausting. Well, grant you it's exhausting. If you're not able to really follow what's going on and have a certain cynical outlook, it's probably better. Like, do not follow politics if you're doing it by watching the evening news. That's a really bad mistake these days. So if your sources are regularly, go to the White House press conference and have them tell you what everything is, then maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't be following that. Very similar for go to for instance, Fox News and be like, oh, I'm following news because I watch Fox News. Maybe not. Maybe that's not such a good idea. And which the one that got took over by the right-winger lady? Barry Weiss. Is that CBS? CBS is being gutted. It's being replaced with opinion commentators. So that's kind of crap. It would be more crap if they were really good before. I'm not sure they were really good before, but they're gone, basically. And ain't much to be done about that. Okay, where's reverbs? Very good. But I want opacity, because this is the 6x6 collection. We're going to bring these all together, and then I'm going to fire it up and actually listen to them a little bit. So let's set the audio for playthrough to the stream. .2026 C# engine. I've just selected it. I constantly do that. I click on the thing and then it gives me rename it. I don't want rename it, but not a lot that I can do about that. And then we go over to this one, copy all of these without pruning them down at all. We're starting over in 2026, so I have room to make many of these examples. Delete that, paste it in here, save, and we're good. Save that, and we're good there. Delete this folder, or not delete this folder, but eject this. Okay. I often try to do these things in the morning before streaming, because I often do all of these things, including practice on drum practice pad and bass, before streaming, which ends up becoming just more work. So this is why I get so burnt out, is there's so much. But here's something which may be a lot, but at least it's kind of entertaining. I get to do this. Here's all of our reverbs. Boop. And now they're showing up there. Up to, oh, no, hang on. No, that's by date. No, it's not by date. No, that's by size. So we're organizing it like that. That doesn't mean that the largest size is the only available. Let me get some of this stuff sorted firstly. So we're going to shut off these. we're gonna crank up the headphones momentarily. I'm gonna get all of my stuff together, including running the headphone cord in an appropriate place rather than having it be in my way. Since the speakers are off, I can turn up the headphone amp isn't as loud as the speaker, so I got to turn it way the heck up. And I can't actually play all of these like this because they're all sitting there at once. But what I could do is maybe set it to date modified and play one. So if I turn this up, and let's not turn this up that much then. I turned it up for starters before doing the right thing. The right thing would be running this little program called Audio Hijack. And if I do that, then I can hear the results. So let's try that again. I'm going to talk my way through all of this stuff because like my brains are leaking out my ears and I'm struggling to make sense with anything anymore. And it's just how it goes sometimes. Okay, we're routing it to Radiant Audio. Is it making a noise? It is. Cool. Alrighty. So, Jonathan, did you hear what I was saying earlier about the Primeagen making a 9-minute video about Moltbook? This programmer YouTuber made a video about a thing called Moltbook. So what's Moltbook, you might ask? Well, Moltbook was a very aggressively promoted thing where a guy was like, I just vibe coded this in a week. I never wrote a line of code. And it's all of the AIs getting together on their own social media site. Note that he said, I didn't write a line of code. It was so easy, yeah, it didn't last 24 hours before people had hacked into it because there was no security to any of it. Only to find that all of the postings were actually people pretending to be AIs. The entire thing was fake from top to bottom. So I heartily endorse stopping using AI if you're using it. You're being cheated. You're being tricked. Anyway, let's hear some of these, as I am sending them through to stream, and now we're not interfering with the microphone in so doing. So this is a very large room. This is a very large room. That one's sort of echoey. Here's another very large room. A little smaller. I'm going to want to listen to these on speakers eventually. Just for now, we're not. Okay, that one sounds quite a bit smaller, interestingly. And then the tighter ones. Yeah, these all seem pretty workable. If I sort them by size, largest size is best for incompressibility. And remember, my program is grading things on incompressibility these days. I'm using gzip, if I remember correctly, to compress the end results and grading them on compressibility so that the genetic algorithm can get its hooks into it. And I'm pretty sure that's why I'm getting better results than I used to. Keeps moving a little bit in various directions. So let's see. So here is a large blue-coded 24 meg one. Yeah, it's all right. Here is a smaller. So with this, I'm looking for the smallest possible sizes of room size for the largest possible size of FLAC size. Meaning I'm going to be looking for stuff like this 1304. And I'm also looking for the color associated with it because I'm grading that on peak energy over RMS. Closer to like red, for instance, over here we've got a orange. Farther along that scale is deeper sounding compared to, say, one where the reverb seems to be coming forwards at you. And yeah, I mean, part of what China is in a really interesting position as far as getting drawn into the AI thing because culturally China defers to authority more than the United States does. It's a power distance index. It's a measure of societies. And culturally, China, as a rule, is more likely to defer to perceived authority. And so if AI is the perceived authority, one of the counterexamples is like this Primogen guy who has put up a video this morning that's just like mocking and laughing and ranting and just scorning the heck out of this stuff because he's observing all of the obvious limitations. It's possible that in a very low power distance, or actually no, I think it would be a high power distance is how that would be measured, society, people in general will defer to the AI if it's in a position of perceived authority more, meaning that if we stop using AI and someone else like China will use it, that's actually bad for them. So if we're being competitive, which is an assumption, helping people also works. That's the whole open source thing is based around that. But if we are being competitive, we go, okay, go ahead. And that's legitimate. So let's see. Ones that are produced from today. Oh, that's nice. This came in as blue. And the seat size is extremely small for the file size. So let's see what this one sounds like. This might be an example of a larger sounding one that's actually pretty good. Maybe. I mean, it does sound loud and diffuse. It does sound somewhat distant, and it sounds like there's a lot of murky space in there. Let's continue onwards and look at some of these other ones. So the highest rating for peak energy around here is green, but these are actually quite large rooms. Oh, that actually sounds terrible. I don't like that at all. It says 1629, so that would go some ways towards explaining it. Well, I guess I just filled in a bunch of extra large rooms, which aren't necessarily useful. Compare that with this one, which is about 1,000 seater room. It's getting to be on the too large size. It's still fairly high file size, and the color rating there says this one is heavier on peak energy and should sound farther away. That could be something that could be used. Yeah. Mind you, when you start going to even smaller places, that's relatively plausible as a room. And you compare that with this one from today, they're kind of all of a piece. They're all fairly similar. Here's a even smaller one. So what happens when we do say 588? How about this 429 down here? That one is actually very dense. So that's getting into a small enough room that it's kind of like a Studio Live space. That doesn't mean that this is the one that I would want to use. After all, right next to it we have something with a very similar file size. A little larger, but it might not sound larger. And color-coded in red. And you can kind of hear what I'm talking about, that the sort of gloom and echoiness falls back spatially. It makes it sound like it is a deeper space because the RMS density is doing the opposite. So, and then here's one that's even smaller and is even more intense. So like a studio that's also kind of like a barn or something. You could probably get good sounds out of this. This is the kind of stuff that I think about when I'm trying to figure these things out. See, the colors that are in the reds and beyond reds, those are the ones where the background fades away rather than being like, hi, I'm Washy Echo going wash, wash, wash all over the place. Like the much larger ones. And then here we have some of our tiny, tiny little sounds. This is in the direction of what I would need to do if I was going to make something that sounded like an acoustic guitar instead. It would be taking a little box like that, but then be like, hey, this little box is actually a guitar body. What must I do to make this sound like a guitar body? I got a whole bunch of background ones, which I should be sorting by name so I can scroll up, and much smaller ones. This older one is old enough to have like weird ugly overtones on it. But if those overtones sounded like an acoustic guitar going clonk, that would be worth something. I can use that snare hit to dial in the sound of a guitar. I do also wonder whether I would want to pointedly make it be mono. Not necessarily even dual mono, just like literally mono. So that the sound would come through from exactly one spot, because there is no purpose to having a guitar seem to be 20 foot wide. That makes no sense at all. And then lastly, we bounce over, when we move this out of the way first of all. Very good. And bounce over to opacity 4, which is where I've been putting my 4x4 matrices. And this is going to be the same kind of deal, except for I'm going to be wanting to go for stuff like this. It sounds more like a room when it's the 4x4. And that's far too large. So do I have any incredibly tiny 4x4 reverbs? I've got a 74 here. Yeah, it still sounds like a room though. It's still too big. Which is kind of funny because when we go to here, find, I think it's, yeah, 74S. Not 174, but, nor 474, but 74. So what we'll be looking at for doing that acoustic guitar thing is making a 4x4 householder matrix where all of these numbers are unaccountably tiny. They're all going to be really small, but they still need to be the right numbers. And how do we work that out? With the householder matrix and with the genetic algorithm. So let's quit out of here. And let's also get ready for this by playing some music. And I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee because it's getting on towards noon. And I did say I wanted to hack away like mad and chatter away like a demon, fueled with lots of coffee today. I also need to throw another log on my fire. It's cold in here. And I'll do all of those things, at which point we can move over to the Godot engine for a series of things, culminating in, I'm going to move this over here, auto hijack, the OBS, YouTube window. So what's going to happen there is I need to build a new version of Into the Matrix that gives me access to the controls that I have built into there, but that I have hidden for the sake of making it look simpler. And then we get to fire up Counterpart and fly around shooting at rocks. And this time I've got the headphones, so I should be able to gauge like how loud it is relative to how loud I'm talking, and that might help things a little bit. What I've been doing in previous weeks was play them over the speakers very quietly, and that gave me a misleading impression of how loud everything was. Plus, I'm going to want to design this so that things sound like they're coming from where the sound is being produced. And that means I need to tune the stereo behavior of Counterpart. So one thing at a time, I'm going to want to keep this on. Let's play a weird thing. Let's play one of these. This is okay, that's kind of, we get into a Berghainian mode in there sometimes. So let's see about that. And in order to do that, let's run these. And I don't need decrackle. And off we go. I'm making some coffee. I'll be right back. I do believe that audio should be restarting. There we go. Coffee's almost done. Alrighty. Oh, are you done? I'm not sure it's quite done. Really not. Yeah, this was a live stream jam. All of this was one day going crazy with Bastel Castles. Wild as those are. So yeah, session A through session H. August, that was last year. Going bonkers crazy with Bastel Castles. And January of the previous year was like Rubberthorn, Come to This, Taming the Oxen, May of 24, Rise, December of 23, and these other things, 2020. Yeah, it's been a while. I typically have to focus on other things. Like, let me bring up one of the things. A friend of mine was having a problem with these. So October 11th, 2025. How different is that from when it came out? Here we go. So October 11th, 2025 versus October 7th. So that's actually newer. Did I have changes here? Also October 11th, 2025. So it's going to be the same as this. Also October 11th. That's a pair filter. Top left L, top left R. You can barely see this because it's opening it in useless places. Nothing much I can do about that but resize all the windows as I go. Here's the H file. Nope. Top left L and R are being instantiated. So do I in fact have an enum here? Watch it not be able to. Okay, there's the pair filter. Pair filter does in fact have level L and level R. That's what we're using here, so that still appears to be made correctly. The enum is what's defining everything in these arrays. Like we're counting up to, we're defining it as pair total, and we're counting up to it over here, so that is being instantiated. Top lev L and R are separate, but I am in fact setting them to 1. That was one of the things I was worried about, but it looks as if that is correct. And then the processing file. So this is the Mac VST version, but it should be the same code as in the Win VST version. I copied these files over to make the Windows version. I don't immediately see anything wrong with this. Perhaps it's freaking out over, well, no, this is a double positioned. I don't have F in here, so it's not a float. But then these are all double precision things, and so it should be able to do this. X equals 0, x less than pair max, s plus equals 4, which is how we increment through this stuff. Successive filters. I don't remember how many stages I have in this. It's doing all the stages, whatever they are. And yeah, this is what I was using on my stream. I mean on my video, not stream. Yeah, this is what I was using on my video. What equals? Fair. It's cold out here. It's a good 30 degrees below freezing overnight up here in Vermont at the moment. I'm stumped. I don't know what's happening with Grens. Grens is running this program and having a pile of problems, and I cannot figure out why from looking at this. And again, here's the thing. Session G, okay. Grens is running this plugin. Was called denoise. So Grens is running this. Put it over to here. Oh, sub as well. Dry, full wet, inverse. Okay, so we're in the delta setting, which is full dry. We should be able to get only certain things to show up. It could be just setting it correctly. So that's not giving me anything. Unless I turn it all this way. Perhaps the sheer volume of what I'm doing here is getting in the way. Let's try a much lower volume section. Okay, doing that, that's a gating-like behavior, which is what it's supposed to be able to do. It's still a denoiser, so it's supposed to be able to make the noise shut up, not automatically do the crazy gatey things that it does. Let's open a different file. Let's open one of the ones I was testing on. That's not where to go. How about here? I'm not sure that's going to help. Sounds? Sounds? Sounds. So, let's see. It's all too much. I can't find my way around this stuff anymore. Although I can at least open this and then see what I get out of it using it in its normal sense. If we were trying to remove the noise, first of all, let's set that back to nothing. Oh, that didn't get set back, but that is a twisted wave problem. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. I think what I was hearing there... Okay. That's now the delta. And it's gating completely. Good. Now we're letting through low bass. Bringing L mid makes it turn on. And we can kind of hear the background noise in here. I don't have it turned up very much, but if it was compressed, it would become a lot more obvious. I'm going to say that is successfully gating. Although it's bringing some of this sound up. That's an intake of breath. That's what that is. Okay.
this of.
Okay, doing that, it is actually gating. It's multiband gating, and I can bring little background details in from the rather noisy background and set it so that it will catch the intakes of breath. I'm going to say this is working. I do want to check it out on a drum sound, though. If I can find one, or if I can find the one I'm thinking of. I may not be able to. This isn't going to be one of my, well, I don't know whether it's going to be one of my strongest days. Some of the days when I'm the most discombobulated, I actually get a lot of stuff done. It's hard to tell. Well, I can load this. This is not the drums I was thinking of, but it's a drum track. It's a terrible sounding drum track, but it is a drum track, so I should be able to play with it. I was looking for a very other one and not finding it. Okay, are we getting anything happening here? Okay, that's something. Repeat everything as much as possible. Yeah. This is not necessarily easy to use, but I think the thing that Grenz was running into trouble with is simply the fact that it's not easy to use. I'm going to call that solved. I'm going to say that it was acting the same way that Grenz was talking about, and it was because it was difficult to make it kick in. That's the main problem there. I'm still thinking about my control cards. We have these things. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm looking to do with these, and I've got a bunch of them beginning to be made up. They are double-sided as well. And I haven't finished drawing these out. That's why I have these two Sharpie markers out. I'm going to need to spend a few hours writing down what they need to say. I've got earlier examples of what it needs to do. I just have to rearrange it somewhat. So rather than calling a thing tempo, I'm going to be calling it pace. And I'll have 3 different versions of a pace card. I've got polarities in these things. So the opposite of tense is relaxed, and that's in the category of pace. The 3 cards I have for each of these things, and I've got pace with between tense and relaxed, and also between toed forth and groove back. And then rather than the particular arrangement I had in the previous ones, I've broken everything down into opposites. So I have a cruel versus kind card. I have sad versus happy. I have calm versus angry. And those make up what previously were sort of 2 adjective colors that I was using. They had to be like sad and calm and you could switch from sad and calm to cruel and angry, or from sad and calm to kind and fall, or whatever, and would arrange in various ways based on how many things you were flipping to their opposites and how many things did you not flip to their opposites. We're just digging into that. We're going even harder with that. And then I have some additional things, like for instance, I have a space card. The space card goes between deep and surface. So this in music could be, make something that's buried in reverb and is deep ambient. But then if you flipped that, it would be calling for you to do a similar thing, but upfront surface things. I've also got space as murky versus clear. And I've got textures, warm versus cold. Dense versus sparse speaks to arrangement. Full versus empty is also a texture thing. And I've got a final category of essence. Each of these have 3 cards to them. Normal versus weird, and natural versus artificial. So the idea is you'd have your hand of cards, you'd shuffle it all up, you'd deal yourself out like 10 of them. And then you would play 3, 4, 5 at once in a combination of things that gives you inspiration for something to start with. Like make an initial block of music that follows these instructions. It needs to be so tense, so it gives you a pace. Sad, cold, and sparse, or whatever. You'd pick stuff out like that. Each of those would respectively give you 4 options on the card of descriptions of things. In the case of pace, which is the same thing as tempo, it'll literally give you numbers that go along with that, for instance, here's flow. All of these are the flow tempos, the ones that are very relaxed feeling. In fact, it says 86 serenity, 99 relaxed, 113 statement, 130 confident. I'm running with those adjectives, those descriptors, for the purposes of extending all the other stuff out. Like it's going to have an adjective or number or something, and then some further elucidation, some further brain prodding thing, a prompt thing saying, okay, so we pick this card, so we play this card, so then we have to pick one of these. And the reason I have to do these over is because I do not have them working the way they should. The way these need to work is if you say pick a tempo from one of the pace cards, if you flip it, you get another set. And I'm pretty sure, the way I've got this drawn out in these cards is not correct. Because if you start with the flow tempo of the slowest possible flow, 65 BPM, 75, 86, 99, pick one. And then you flipped this card, it needs to give you the slowest possible edge tempos to be sitting in the same basic position. But instead it's giving you the fastest, 122, 140, 160, 183 BPM. That's awkward. It needs to be giving you these, 69, 80, 92, 106. So essentially, I need to have these be the opposite sides of the card. So the way that you play it is you deal out some of the cards, and then you start creating something, for instance, a piece of music, and you do a block of that, and then you go, all right, now what do I do next? Remove one card, deal one card, flip one card. That's your next block. And then you have to honor what the next block gave you. There might be some weird, freaky contrasts. And you don't actually put the card into a discard pile. You put it back into your hand. So that maybe you will return to a very similar point at some time. You're working from the 10 cards you dealt into your hand and just seeing what can be made out of them in this way. And again, it needs to be like if you're flipping tempo, pace, it needs to be able to let you flip to a edgy, tense tempo. This in the cards is going to be relaxed versus tense. And if you run these in soft clock, punch these into soft clock, it will give you a wavering pitch thing, a guide, that will go between relaxed and tense. It'll automatically give you that just by giving it the number. I had a whole bunch of ideas on how I wanted to set it up so that like if it tells you to do a particular time signature, well, you can flip to this thing, and then the time signature is related to like going from 4/4 to 7/4 and whatever. And I'm discarding all of that for a reason. And the reason is if I run with the redesign, this works for visual arts too. You could do an abstract painting and say pace will no longer relate to a beat per minute measurement. But you could think of things in terms of pace. You can think of visual arts in terms of space or texture, surface versus deep, and so on. And it should be able to work for multiple forms of art, not just music. And that sort of uncorked it a little bit as far as what I'm trying to do with all of this. So I have a good feeling about it. I made a bunch of notes on the subject, which includes like here's each turn, play a card, remove a card, flip a card, and the removed card goes back into your hand because you might want it back again. And yeah, that's the basic idea, is make this thing, should make some kind of little stand or whatever. I might need to include the slide rule for tempos and things, or the slide rule for chord progressions, more like. But that's the idea, is how to make a thing where, supposing you're measuring like yes arrangement choices. So what would get you in a position to go, here I am sitting down, it's time to make the next batch of music, what do we do? Well, we'll go from jamming out really hard to Rick Wakeman does a solo, which is on a pipe organ, just in a lot of reverb. And it's just in little water-sounding plinks in the background. And it's this deep, very chill space. And then John Anderson comes in singing, and so he's going to do a little thing, or maybe he does a little thing and a guitar comes in all by itself and just adds that. Well, that would be represented by dense to sparse, possibly shallow to deep or whatever, but you're just bringing in different things that hopefully provoke those choices, because it's all about being able to have choices to make rather than feeling like, well, I have to sit down and I'm a rock band, so I have to lay down a bass track and a guitar track and a drum track, and they have to play 4/4, and we have to be a 4-chord sequence, and blah, blah, blah. See, that's where the final category I came up with comes from. Normal versus weird. Normal versus weird specifically has the purpose of going, all right, you're a dubstep producer. So you play the normal card, that means start doing what you always do. But if you choose to flip it, all of a sudden you're on weird. And I'm going to need to have, it's going to actually be 8 options. The way I'm arranging it is similarly to what I arranged these tempo cards, where the 8 options are, the way these are arranged, and what I'm going to reproduce for these other ones is like this. This is a set of 8 different speeds. These are just the middle ones duplicated. And this is what I'm going to need to do, is for all of these categories, come up with something evocative like this, where these are a tempo, but then they're also a descriptive word associated with that tempo. And these will be part of it. but then it's going to have to be like this. It's going to be, here's the full range, and then here's exactly the middle of those. So that we'll have a little reinforcement. It'll be a little more likely to be able to pull out stuff from this middle section. And then at the full range, you have options for extremely slow to extremely fast. And all these other things are going to have things like that as well, where like space and density or whatever, I'm going to have to come up with a way of describing and possibly even providing like DAW operator hints. Like deep could mean reverb, but deep could also mean many other things. Ideally, there'll be like a setting for something, like bright versus dark or whatever, where I can give a hint of something, like what elicits the sound of a guitar into a tube amp really loud. That's just skronk. It's not going to sound mellow. Or something that is more natural. It's like, okay, one of the hints could be acoustic guitar. Use acoustic guitar in something. I might or might not actually end up going that obvious with it, because that's also along the lines of the normal versus weird. Like, why would you have to use acoustic guitar if you could like take 6 signs and make a sort of mellow sounding FM synth thing? Hey, Phosphorus Amaranth, that's going all right. I am currently talking about the latest progression of my arrangement cards game that I'm prototyping. Honestly, I feel as if this is going in a useful direction. I have many hours of working away with Sharpie markers before I even have that in a way I can experiment with. But if I get it, that means I can start recording music again. And on that note, let's jump into a couple of other things. Namely, here's JetBrains Writer. And here's the Godot engine. I would like to update into the matrix before moving on to more entertaining things. So I shouldn't need to work here. It is complaining about stuff. Whatever. Can I make it shut up about that? Fine. So this should be working just fine. I don't see a problem here. It's been doing okay. And what I'm looking at is actually the controls I'm talking about in the code. What I'm going to want to look at is this. So in order to make this work, rather than simply having this much be visible and the rest of this stuff being off screen, such as it'll write the information into this little text field and then copy it to the clipboard when it quits. Pretty sure that's how that goes. And we've got things like, this is a intermediate number that it calculates from this number as it goes. This is the matrix which produces the various numbers that we are using for the reverb algorithm. And the whole thing runs and plots out on the screen a visual representation of what the thing is going to be. And then we've also got stuff like this. This is just a text note. And these are still working, but they only exist in the form of GD script routines. Whereas these are up to speed with the modern way of going about it, which is C#, which is giving me a massive speed up, enabling me to do many other things as well. So why did I not select that? There we go. So we're going to move all of this crap out of the way. All of these little details that had a place once and don't have a place now. And then we're going to incorporate these. So these have a functional effect on the reverb as it's being generated. They go in sequence. In fact, one thing I can do with this even right now is adjust it so that it follows the sequence better. There, same thing, drawn slightly differently. So if this thing that says Bloom space sustain says FE, what it's going to do is be suppressing reverb effects based on whether they're earlier or later in the reverb tail. It's taking these letters, which are taking the place of numbers, basically. I could be having numbers, but they would take more to represent. Whereas with this, I have 25 individual letters. And previously, what I had this doing was I was printing them out as the end result, along with the numbers being generated. Like the code number being produced would say at the end of it, like 987 seat room, FEBCZZHB BY. And what that would mean is that was what the settings were at the time. Now, I don't think I necessarily need to do that. And the reason they are what they are is because I set it up and tried to get the best possible reverbs with many, many different settings involved. And then that was as good as I was able to get. Also, I see your question, Fuzzfrizz. I can't see the window very well, but I rely on plate reverb. Dark ambient, huh? You could try some of my cathedral reverbs because I've been improving them as they went, but some of the early ones had funny overtones that might work for you. Bear in mind, concrete is a different flavor from ambient, which is a different flavor from dark, which is a different flavor from technological. It's possible that you'd be looking for ambiences and spaces that sounded weird and artificial, or you could be looking for stuff that legit felt extremely deep and dark. Plugin recommendations, I would be thinking in terms of, and it also, don't underestimate the possibilities of something like Take Care. You're talking about ambient. Well, Take Care is a 3x3 matrix of delays with pitch shifting in them. So it can act like a giant Mongo chorus, like a giant chorus ensemble, or it's named after the Caretaker. Now, Caretaker, you don't get much more dark ambient than that, really. It's dark as anything. And the plugin Take Care is specifically modeled after the End of Time series of records that the Caretaker put out. And it's meant for being able to take stuff, even innocuous sounding stuff, and just pitch warp it and echo it and delay it until it's this really daunting space. So if you're looking for dark ambient, maybe check out what Take Care can do. because it can do some pretty aggressive things. It can give a very dark and ominous mood out of almost any kind of noise. And it'll contribute to like depth and spaciness, which is always useful for ambient. Whereas something like, prettier, serene space ambient might not want to get that weird. And you'd be looking more along things like, I don't know, Galactic. The most recent Galactic is reproducing the effect of the original Galactic, but letting you de-res it more. That could be useful. So let's see, where were we at now? We were going to adjust some of these things. So I'm going to assume that I can remember what some of this stuff means. So we're going to arrange this stuff because I know what some of this stuff means. Thing is, I need to be able to set this up so that these little boxes all are in a linear row along the bottom. That way I can type stuff in there, at which point I can start experimenting wildly with things like the acoustic guitar tiny verb thing. Just pick an incredibly small room size and adjust these to taste. And I do need to remember to remove the letters like this. I need to remember to remove the letters. Come on. I got this under control, right? I'm going to change that from shape to V because the purpose of it is to determine how much you duck the middle of the reverb. That's basically how that works. So we're going to change this from shape to V. It's essentially optimizing for having the middle of the reverb not be as loud as the outside edges of it. And there's all kinds of caveats to that as well, but the best I can do to explain what it's doing. And I probably have enough room for actual words here. Early and prime. We'll simplify that like that. I am starting a conceit of having this be in front of the box. And now we need to start moving these where they belong. So let's move all of them in a little bit closer maybe, and then zoom the heck in. Gonna want to adjust everything a little bit more than this, but for now, I'll line it up with this black bar, which is not going to be there for much longer because that's being replaced. This is all very temporary. And that's not going to be good enough, but I'm in a fine position to be fiddling with all of this. Oh, can we? So I'm looking for not having that bar there. So I need to bring it out to where it doesn't do that. Although it looks like I can bring it in to this point. That one's already quite well tucked in. And that's going to allow me to move this over more. And then I'll have space for more of this stuff. Probably about time to throw another log on the fire while I'm at it. I mean, I guess one thing at a time, which is a joke because I never do one thing at a time, but in this case, I think that's accurate. So again, the purpose of this is to give me a little more control over the properties of my reverb from run to run. Because I'm going to want to tell it to do some striking things that I'm kind of building into the mix at this stage. Like I have got this set up so that it's really not giving me flexibility anymore. It's just trying to optimize literally everything. But that was before I did some of these changes. Yeah, that looks about right. In particular, all of my stuff here was before I actually updated, let's see, over here, and we'll leave that on the end, meaning I can make a little more space. I probably don't need it any nicer than that. And then the next thing to do is figure out how big those are. Well, if I select this, I can resize it. So let's see what size this actually is. I don't think that's in layout. No. But transform on the other hand. Boom, there we go. So it's 541 across and 199 tall. So 199, 209, 219, 229, 239. So if I add 40 to the window size, because right now if I run this faint blue line in here is showing me how big the window actually is. And I don't want that. So instead we got to go into project settings, window size. 190 plus 40. I'm going to be so brain burnt that I can't actually do this without a calculator. So I'm going to do it with a calculator. 230. I need to be thinking about other stuff other than that. Boop. Close. Next thing you know, it's the correct size. And if we build it and run it, Kubrick is spelled with an initial K. Oh, hi. Well, that's interesting. What's going on with you? Oh, the window was the wrong size. Let's see if it does that again. So what it's supposed to be able to do is draw all of the stuff in here. However, if the window is the wrong size, then maybe it was forcing it not to be the correct size. And it's running it in debug, and it's running it like this. So if I build these and run with that, I'm also not sure whether they like the positioning of everything. See, it says G, F, and this big space, and then E. So I don't like the looks of that. We're going to move that around a little bit. Make a little space to move that over. And then all of the rest can be done by selecting all of these and moving them and not the indicators next to them. There. So that looks a little garbage, but yeah. No, I was thinking, yeah, Kubrick could be the Minecraft version. Anyways. Also, if I run this from JetBrains Writer, it'll not show it with the same stuff in there. See? And now if I choose to run this, it'll generate new things. But these all have their own respective purposes. Like blue is how much it's suppressing bright stuff. I haven't done any work with it set to Z, but I could set it to A. I've got code in here, so if I just hit a lowercase, it'll make it be a capital. I don't believe I have tab spacing around between different things, but I can set this to have maximum brightness. And that one's not replacing. I'll have it be an impossibly small room. And I can have this be an extremely large setting, just in case it's some use. And then we can have the early suppression be, I guess, extremely high. And the prime be extremely low. And it's not going to remember any of these changes. It'll start up again with the previous optimal settings, but I've just overridden them. And now if I run a 4x4, we get a weird, freaky looking thing, which in theory is very different from what it would have been otherwise. And this is along the lines of what I would do if I was experimenting with making an acoustic guitar reverb thingy. Is I'd come up with different, like, I'm not sure whether I'd want B to be A like that. And again, when they come in pairs like that, it means that the first one is early in the reverb impulse and the end one is late in the reverb impulse. Who could say, maybe for a guitar sound, it would be better to have the early stuff suppress high frequencies very much, and then the late stuff have all the high frequencies ever. This is currently set to not suppress high frequencies at all, no matter what you do. And then what I can do is open up BB Edit. It's a text editor. And if I hit stop, this is going to be in some way, shape, or form delays more conducive to making an acoustic guitar reverb, acoustic guitar body diffusion sound. Hit stop and hit paste, and sure enough, we've got 17, 19, 172, which is on the big side, but not that huge. 29, 94, 411, 138, 14, 3, 169, 7, 178, 14, 20, and 5. That's a 4x4 matrix of which all of the delay times are so incredibly tiny that it might sound like an acoustic guitar body. Maybe. Or if we run it again, same thing, it's gone back to normal settings. But I can do the thing where, and these are all relative balances, by the way. They're how much each thing gets weighted against the other parameters. So we could have the green stuff be weighted heavily. and the red not at all rather than previously, and then, or no, not at all. But then B, like I said, the inverse of that actually. ZA would mean it was suppressing early high frequency stuff as hard as it possibly could, but allowing high frequency stuff to exist in the reverb tail. And then we could also weight this. Very little or no weighting of that V-shaped curve, which should cause there to be more of the energy in the middle. Not that we can really hear it when the room is this tiny. The room can be like 4. And then we'll leave the other stuff alone, or have early be nothing. And we run it again. And now it's doing the thing, but look, now it is not applying any of the prime-oriented sequences at all. That's what the red signifies. So it doesn't care about what that's doing at all. It cares more about what the green is doing, and it cares a bunch about what B is doing, what the brightness calculation is doing. And what it's doing there when it's ZA is it's trying to suppress high frequency stuff happening in the early part of the tail and then allowing it to happen in the late part of the tail. And then we're not weighting anything for less energy in the middle. Instead, it's trying to plunk it all in. 4 appears to be a legit value. Like it's letting me do 4 without freaking out. And then if we hit stop, we have a whole nother setting in which the numbers are even smaller. 5, 15, 112, 17, 84, 22, 11, 123, 134, 18, 10, 8, 67, 58, 43. All of these are so tiny that it doesn't even sound like a room anymore. It says 3-seat room, but the longest delay in the entire shebang is like 9 milliseconds. So that's not even slightly a room. But it might sound like a guitar body. If not, I can just start cutting these things down even further. I should probably test specifically the 4x4 to see if I can do arbitrarily small numbers here. Like, does it have to be integer? Could I do percentage numbers? Could I simply pick 1 and run from there? And let's do a little test and find out. Or indeed, we can do something silly. 0. Does it die? Yes, it does. Okay, so we're going to quit out of there and run it again. So it doesn't like 0 one bit. How about 1? Does it die? It does not die, but the results are extremely funny. I think we're in there with the chance, though. Not only that, because it's bouncing around with different updates, that's actually trying to come up with the sensible results. Every single thing in this supposed room is so small that it's like a flange, but it still seems to be doing it. It's still trying to find an optimal setting. So what was that? All the numbers are less than 100. That's what that was. And there's 3 different instances of 3. 0 to 5 milliseconds. It says 0-seat room already. Okay, so, and you don't get to hear any of these yet. That would be too much work. It's going to be cumbersome it would take me an hour to get all this stuff sorted. Well, I could do 1 and I could not do 0. What if I try to do 0.5? Can that read fractional numbers? Not only can it read fractional numbers, but it's updating rapidly. It's attempting to find an answer. God, excuse me. Neat. We have even smaller numbers, but it's working. And yeah, it's 0 to 4 milliseconds already. Let's keep going in the direction of the completely unreasonable 0.1. No, let's make it even worse. 0.01. And we'll go back to no high frequency suppression in the tail and all the high frequency suppression in the front. And we're not getting any of these, so let's boost this up some. And let's see what we get. Oh, also, no concern for early reflections. They're all early reflections at this stage. What do we got? Oh my God, it worked. All of its effort is into trying to not make these overlap in the wrong ways. Because that's what the sea of blue there is doing, is it's taking an impossibly small flange-like effect on the 4x4 matrix. Let me continue talking while I throw another log in the fire. That is a flange-like effect in which literally all of the decays. I should calculate out like how many milliseconds is the size of a guitar body in terms of speed of sound. If anybody wants to figure that one out and tell me, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'll just have to figure it out myself. Because none of this stuff is actually accurate. It is not seat size, it is not actually millisecond. Well, actually, no, the delay time is, in fact, milliseconds, but as far as having it be associated with the speed of sound and the size of the room, that's more or less I just winged it to get it to work. But scaling it down to the size of a guitar body does actually make sense. Little bits of flammable material out of here. Ooh, here's some on the floor. We can tidy this up, because otherwise there's the possibility that it will catch it. Well, it actually can't catch a spark with this particular wood stove. There is no path for a spark to come out of it. But there could be if I open the door, which I'm about to do. So we might as well be appropriately cautious. Here, have some more of this. And off we go. Tell you what, it's also make a cup of coffee time. And now I hit stop. And we see what that one gave me. Okay. It is a 0-seat room, 0 to 1 milliseconds. So you can actually tell the seat size to be fractional numbers of 1. So this is going to sound extremely terrible. But bear in mind, if I was using it to emulate a guitar body, that's just a batch of reinforcements, probably without much in the way of sustain. Like it wouldn't have a lot of regeneration in there. And this is the process by which you would do that. I'd probably want to, monitor it with my usual measurement stuff. But to properly hear it, you would be wanting to put it through a electric guitar sound. And it would be producing, because here's the trick with this one. Like, I can make it do this. It will produce a series of extremely close reflections in hopes of sounding like a guitar body. And I can also adjust the voicings of it so it'll tend to reinforce different frequencies. And then if you're using D-res on it, you'll be shifting the size of the body up and down and stuff. And run at its normal speed, it will tend to approximate, maybe not perfect every single time, but it will tend to approximate the size of a wooden resonating body like that. Because it will have resonances. It will produce sounds. Those sounds will not be in an acoustic space at all. To make this kind of thing work right, you then also have to have a room reverb for it. But this is not to say it couldn't work. This could perhaps work. Just depends upon where in this spectrum it needs to go. And with that, I'm not going to save these because I'm going to work on this later. But by the same token, I am going to build this, and indeed replace my existing ones. See these? Just going to throw those in the trash and replace them with the new hotness, where I get to fool with these controls a little bit more. Because it's been a while since I've done that. I've been settling with these existing ones. Oh dear. Okay, you probably can see what this is. No export template. So I guess I can find out whether it's able to do its this is the first time apparently that I've attempted to export into the matrix since updating to Godot 4.6. So let's walk through this. Hopefully that's going to work. Let's see if we can download and install. Maybe it can. I'm also going to save and quit before attempting to export. Generally, if I'm running this kind of stuff, I like to approach it from the same direction each time. So if I normally do stuff and then hit export, I will do stuff and then hit export rather than do stuff, download new export templates, hit export, expecting it to work first time. I'm expecting it not to necessarily do the right thing, but it should be able to do stuff in the pattern that I am used to using. I don't know why it's hanging on downloading 1.08. Hey. Okay. As I said, I'm going to save and quit. I also don't need it to be open into the matrix, into the writer. And now we're going to try again. Here we are, same as before, with our new controls, which are going to be smaller when you actually see them in the real world. And let's try doing the export, and hopefully it'll behave itself. These settings seem to be presumably fine. Export project, this is what we want, into the matrix DMG, and I'm going to hit save. We'll also see whether it does this any faster. The new version seems to be having these dialogues be very dark now. It's drawing all the dialogues in black, which I guess some people think is cool as anything. I am not that big of a fan of it. It just looks like it's hard to see. But whatever. If that's what floats people's boat. Now we're going to quit out of there. And here's a new thing. Here's our program. If we do that, we can get rid of this. And then I'm going to run it to see if it runs. Signs point to yes. We can run our 6x6. Seems to be quite happy to run. So this is what I've been doing all this time, except for now we get to update things here. And having set that to 8, it might just be inducing a bunch of new updates. In fact, I think it may have been. They may. It's a thing where I'm basically running with just how Godot normally wants to operate, so I'm not that interested in making it. I would be more interested in making like Reaper have the theme that I want, which very much is something that you can do. But even then, like I'm more interested in making the counterpart game have the theme that I want. And all this other stuff, I'm just kind of experiencing it the way people like to see it. Everybody is all about dark mode these days. Like, since forever. Also, can we... Aha! I cut it down and it immediately forced a bunch of updates. And now it's making much smaller rooms. See? And then, smaller still. There we go. Even more updates. And this is how the sausage gets made. And now I've got my secret codes down here, which are simply how you go about making this stuff work. And for the first time, I'm running extremely heavy high-frequency suppression. I have yet to see what that's going to act like. We shall find out. Indeed. That works, and so the way that I use this is as follows. First, let's clean up selection. I'm just making stacks of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There, can clean that up. So if I select all of these and double click them, I'm firing up 14 instances of this, and that's what I do overnight, like every night. I move the windows to where I can see them on the screen, I set everything to run, and I come back in the morning and see what's happened. Although lately the way I've been running these, if I then go and start reading web pages or whatever in Chromium, it'll often crash one of those because there's too much memory pressure on it. So I'm contemplating maybe not doing it that way. And then I move that off of the screen, clean it up again, and it's ready for tonight's work. And I'm ready to go off and make another cup of coffee because it's getting late enough in the day that I shouldn't be making more. But that's nice that I got that done. That'll help. I will be able to experiment with the possibilities of doing like audio stuff now. In audios, yeah, because I never do audio stuff, goodness knows. No, the acoustic guitar thing that I was asked for. I think I have a path towards making that work. And I think I can do it with the 4x4 matrix, possibly without regeneration. And that should be just the tool to find out. We shall see. And this is now a time for me to go and use the facilities, among them the making more coffee facilities, and that will finish up my day. And then we'll be playing around with the video game for a bit, because although I have a bunch of work to do with this, it's really monotonous. I have to be just staring at this with Sharpies and writing, coming up with and then writing in 4 entries for both sides of 36 different cards, all of which will become the inspirational, give you a way to approach making music game. I'm particularly liking the fact that it is note and tempo, or not tempo, note and meter agnostic at this stage. Because all the previous stuff that I was doing, like these ones with the anagrams on them, they're very much trying to juxtapose contrasts, which is what the new one is about. But it's also got all of these notes and time signatures and things written into them because I wanted to also feed that. And it's too much like a rolling dice to specify what things you're allowed to do. It feels too limiting somehow. I don't know. I got the fire going nicely. Let's fire this up and see whether it's any good. Okay. Yeah, deep space time. In fact, let's set you up with a deep space time that really does feel like a deep space time. I was mentioning how I liked the new version of Galactic. Nobody else seems to, but I do. So let's fire it the heck up. Galactic 3. It's the same as the previous Galactic, except for you get to put detune in. And it's like this. I got my coffee. Thankfully, it's not too late in the afternoon. It's like 1. I can more or less deal with that. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Also, it looks like you're having fun conversations about, like, saw waves and things. I'm just reading chat, don't mind me. Funnily enough, all that noise was coming off of Bastel Castle synths. I don't think they actually do a high-pitched saw wave. It's something else. Here's Godot. So here's where we left off. We have rocks, we have beeps, we have explosions. We have the ability to rock it about. And the main concept of the game is meant to be find the particular one that you're searching for. This is level 100. Although you can also blow up rocks. We've got 21. We can have many more. So let's see. There's a number of things that can be done here. This is really very early in development. It really is. There's a lot that can be done. Firstly, let me bump up the level a little bit. We got our world size. We got a scaling factor for the world size. And we're generating rock size, starting from this and then scaling it down. Pretty sure that's how that works, yeah? So, and rock size is operating by this factor. So there are a number of things that I could do. If we are no longer caring about having to blow up every rock, they more or less follow like asteroids rules. So if you shoot one and you get multiple smaller ones, if you don't actually have to blow up all of them, then level doesn't have to be associated with how many of them there are. Like if I start at level 1, it's pretty simple. But we don't necessarily have to do it that way. Low levels, all of this interacts, right? All of this is reacting in its own little way. All of this is setting up the game level based on a whole bunch of different algorithms. And so what we've got here is, here's the initial spawning of rocks, how many there are, how big they are, etc. Now we can keep the count. We've also got stuff like Guardian, which is currently not doing anything. But Guardian was the thing in the original game that got mad and chased you. And was a black hole with like glowing traceries of lines around it. Now I could do glowing traceries, although I'm not sure if I can do them as lines, but I could do the black hole, and I could throw a sort of aura over that. So let's see what things currently look like. We have a Guardian. Guardian is currently here. It is a black hole. In fact, we can go to its basic appearance, and it's just complete darkness. It has, I could make it, one of the things we could do is I can have this exist in the world, and I can make it so that if you touch it, you die, similarly as if you run into a rock, you die. Ah, no, I have special sound for that. In fact, it's already in the file. So that, you see that as a little square because that's literally what it is. That's the crosshairs. No. This is the Guardian noise. Like this. But slowed down. RIP headphone users, of which I am one today, so hey. So technically what that means is not only do we have collision shape in a mesh instance, which is currently blackest of black, and there's, yeah, defense screen, there we go, that's what I was looking to see. Defense screen. So what do we got? Albedo, we're doing some... albedo, I believe we're already using defense screen. Yep. I've already got that set up to do what I wanted. I could also do an additional scale. Because the hope, let's see, can I make this get out of the way? I am looking at this greenish tinge. All that is a representation of a collider. Turn that off, and we've just got perfect blackness. But what that blackness actually is defense screen with the brightness turned all the way down. And look, we can do a detail. So there might be possibilities here. What if I load defense screen twice? I'm going to load defense screen twice, and then have both of their brightnesses doing something, but add with add rather than... you're going to love soft clock 3, probably. So detail, blend mode, add, if it's subtract, bingo. And then albedo, we're going to load the same texture again. And I'm pretty sure, so detail, that becomes layer UV2. Ooh, I see where my problem lies. That's in add mode, not a mix mode. If it's a mix mode, in theory, we'll be able to see it, but then maybe not. And I shouldn't need to use a normal. Sampling, I can make it more pixelated. So here's where we're running into troubles. So if I play my cards right, I should be able to see this. I'm honestly a little puzzled that I can't. Granted, I had set it up. Maybe I've got it reading the inverse of something or other. I'm probably doing weird things with this, so the question is, what weird things am I doing? Wasn't that? I don't need to load a normal. We're already loading the correct resource for albedo. Oh, did I just see a change there? I did. Aha. Okay, so that's detail. If I turn it off, okay, whatever it was that I did, that is what that should look like, except for that's not what that should look like, because I was looking for more of a finely grained thing rather than these big fuzzy areas. So UV1, that's going to control how densely arranged this is. So we can do this, and then we can fire off UV2. Its blend mode is add. And in theory, I would see something happening from that, but I am not. Okay, so detail. Okay, if I set it to UV1, it seems okay. I wonder what's the deal with that. Why is that not doing what I thought? I'm supplying another layer, it's just not finding it. So if we tell it to do this, then UV2 is no longer a factor. And we get to do this all we want, but it's not actually helping. It's scaling our wrapping texture just fine, but that's not as helpful as I'd wanted. Also note this is accurate too if I have the same UV loaded twice. So what if, okay, this is, I'm just spitballing here, let's see. View in Finder. Here we are. We're going to open this up in a image editor. I'm using Affinity Photo for this one. At some point I need to teach myself to use something like I don't know, Blender as an image editor, because that is open source. But for now, oh, and look at what we do. Do we have a scroll in and out? No, we have a side Z to side Z. So I just zoomed in to the point where I'm not actually seeing all of it. Unfortunate. Wish I knew how to resize it. Do we have some kind of magnifying glass? That's the dodge tool. That's not a magnifying glass at all. Okay, I don't know how to zoom in and out. I'm going to ignore that for now, because what I'm looking to do is rotate the entire canvas. And the problem there is I'm not really quite sure how to do that. Oh, no, I do. Bada-boom. And it resized it. So nice. And We'll flip vertical, and then let's save that as another PNG with a slightly different name. Which is going to be export, I think. Yeah, seems about right. Is it going to give me a chance to choose the name? Probably when I hit export, it will. Yep, and we're in the right place. So we'll call it defense screen 2. And then we're not going to save the original one. And now we have a defense screen 2. So now what we can do is, rather than trying to load the same thing into UV1 and UV2, now we try to load detail UV layer becomes UV2. And it's offering a chance at an albedo, so we set that to be a separate image. Now what do we got? So that should have worked, and I'm not sure whether it is or not, but we can set blending mode to something else. Also, mask. Well, what if we have a mask and it's a noise texture? So we've got all of this. This is actually bigger than the fundamental texture, but I just added that to see whether I could make it do a thing. Now we've got UV2. I do not see a reaction here. We're getting stuck. We're getting stuck on the thing that doesn't really matter. But that's some... Oh, hi, add UV2. Oh, now is it going to work? Well, that's an interesting side effect. When I did flip faces, I think I'm looking at UV2 now. No, but I am looking at both of them now. So if we scale this, do we see anything happening? I'm going to say that does look like I see something happening. And I was looking to get an effect kind of like this. Both of those things are present. Ooh, if I hit repeat off, that strongly changes everything. So we do need to be repeating these textures, otherwise it goes all weird. But then, this is also going to show us a lot more regarding, this is our base texture, and then this is our other texture. And so if we turn repeat back on again, I have a funny seam in there. That would be because I am rescaling it, but it's not repeating in the normal way. Nor is it really... Okay, so that's wild. I bet that has to do with some of this. I bet that's what's going on here. Okay, so that's kind of neat. I can do flip faces. I think the collider is still going to work normally. But if you do flip faces, you're looking at the inside of it. There's a very clear vibe to that. Chad, that's kind of what I was thinking of. I was just not really quite getting there. And we are not going to want it to be a billboard. If it was, it would become very different. In other words, you didn't see anything at all if it's billboard. So we do not turn it to a billboard. We leave it as a 3D shape
but we are kind of looking at the inside of the shape at any given moment. I could also make it be a lot darker. So as long as I save this, we've now got this back in the universe. In fact, we get to literally, if we're inside it, that's all we can see. Now, where I was at with it, I'm trying to figure out whether we can make the whole thing. And indeed, unshaded, no specular, disable ambient and fog and such. Maybe don't need to do that, but might as well. Transparency could be interesting, but I'm not sure that's going to do anything. These textures don't have transparency built in. That has to do with what we were doing with it, looking at the inside. If we make it be front call mode, we're now looking at the outside again. And so basically what I'm trying to do is figure out what needs to happen to make this all be composited in add mode. Because it can look like a sort of hollow thing in here. We have a visible texture, and you see the inside of the sphere, and then I can darken it up a little bit. But what I don't currently have oh, and there's a detail has a mask. You know what? I can remove that, I bet. I feel like I don't need to use that. And blend mode add, but where can I do blend mode add for the whole object? I am adding the additional you see, this is the same texture overlaid onto itself twice. So that's why it's a squarey looking thing or a weave looking thing, rather than it would be a stripy looking thing if not for that. But the object itself is not add mode because you can't see through it. If it was add mode, you'd be able to see through it. So what do I need to do there? See, we can make it be an interesting looking thing. It would be nice to also have there be a distance fade so this edge wasn't quite as sharp as it was, but that's a whole other story. So collision. That doesn't matter. Let me hit a quick save and jump right back into here. Triplanar, eh? What's triplanar mean? UV textures. Okay, that's different. Still got the same basic look to it though. So what does this mean? Okay. Blend between texture coordinates. So technically I'm not using the UV2 anymore. It's much slower. Okay, I don't like that, but I only have one of these objects. And you don't want it, it's not crisp. Okay. It's for landscapes, eh? You can make it have this sort of sharpish look. It's replaced UV2, so we're not actually using that, so we get to ignore that now. And it should, but I stand corrected. It's doing triplanar, but apparently UV2 still has a purpose. In fact, it has a kind of cool look to it. Look at that. If I animated that, that would be insane. Check it out. You asked for moving clouds on the surface. Well, would you believe inside surface? Now, what happens if I modulate UV1? Okay, that does a wholly separate thing. We set that back to 1. Looks pretty normal. But then okay, so I think what's happening here is UV2 is doing another read, but it's triplanar. So it makes this happen. We're making a kind of fingerprint, which is a little crazy, but there you go. Looks to be a pretty consistent behavior. This is probably a good way of doing surface textures. And yeah, this is clearly animatable. Granted, it's not fast, but it's animatable. And if we didn't do sampling, okay. Curiouser and curiouser. We're doing nearest neighbor sampling. And if we tell the texture not to repeat and then use triplanar on it, this weird thing happens. You get to make this funny shape. Now, what I'd love to do is have it fade through to darkness. So I think I'm no longer using defense screen 2 for anything. So what I'm wondering now is whether I can try this in Affinity Photo, although I wonder whether maybe Clip Studio is going to be easier. I'm used to doing Clip Studio for like my video posts. Also, it looks like I could do with throwing another log on the fire. Let's do a little bit of that then. We'll get back to this freaky thing. So I think what's happening is defense screen is fine as far as it goes, but it has no alpha. So it's drawing that color, but it's also drawing literal black. So if I'm able to put an alpha into defense screen that is basically just inverted brightness, in theory that would do the job. So, having thrown another log on the fire, and then if we do that, and it has an alpha, then this effect we see here we can oscillate between scales like this, have it do whatever. Also, if the scale is literally 0, then it's kind of sitting there looking relatively normal, other than I got it inside out. Now, if I didn't have it inside out, what would happen? Flip faces. Back to triplanar. Okay, that's cool, but that's not nearly as cool as the inside out look. Flip faces. Back to UV2 scale. See, now that kind of rules. I think that's a very interesting look. And we can go back to game and see that it looks exactly the same as that. Only problem being, I need this to be transparent. Like the parts that are not glowy appearing stuff, that needs to be alpha channel, and it's not. So I guess back to Affinity Photo. I just loaded a defense screen, so I should be able to open recent. Yep. Bada boom. So what do I need to do here in order to see the alpha channel? This might not be the right program for the task. Oh, it does say color range, tonal range, alpha range. So if I select fully transparent, nothing happened. Cool, okay. Well, I still don't see how I'm going to go and look at alpha. I've got an invert selection control, which the marching ants thing does not seem to be showing all of the image, and that feels weird. If I don't have an alpha channel, can this automatically add one, or is it not able to do that? Not sure if I like this. Assistant options. Yeah, like, no. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I think that's an assortment of dumb things that you want if you're like an architect doing repetitive tasks that are not creative. So what do we got? I am quite unhappy about not being able to see an alpha channel. I feel like I should be able to see an alpha channel. Channels. Okay. Alrighty. We do technically have an alpha channel. See, I turn it on and it's fully illuminated. Red channel looks like this. Green channel looks like that. There's like nothing to it. Blue channel looks like this. So then in theory, if I was to select all and copy that and then paste it into the alpha channel, apparently I can't. That's sad. Can I move to, okay, here's our little pens here. If I delete this, nope, nothing. So we're looking at channels now. We've got that going for us. Composite alpha, composite alpha. What do I gotta do to get access to this damn alpha channel? I feel like it's not letting me do my work. So, in theory, like new, okay, can we, that's a lot of nonsense I don't need to know about. Layout custom. That's super duper not what I was looking for. Do you have from clipboard? are you not able to have from clipboard? I am disappointed. Okay, so that's about as small as I'm likely to find. Paste. Okay, that's the full range image. Also, look at what's happening in, well, you can't see because it's underneath me. Look what's happening here. You pasted that in, and now we've got a little tiny alpha channel showing. Turn it off, and you're just seeing a black background. Turn on alpha, and the parts that are black are transparent. So this is what we are trying to produce. But in this image, we're trying to copy from only the red channel and paste it into the alpha. Select all. Don't think it did anything. Can I cut? No. Okay, if I move to here, now we have the arrow cursor selected. Now what do we got? Select all again. Can we cut? I'm going to say that also is no. Can I copy? Switch over to here. Can I paste? No. What? I am disappointed. Okay, so layers. I'm really frustrated with this thing and its channels. Like, shouldn't I be able to do this? Okay, click that. You can't see it. And, oh, okay. Okay, it just added a blank thing. I'm going to say maybe Affinity Photo was not for me. For this job. We're not even going to go there. All we're doing is trying to get an alpha channel built into this, which has currently got no alpha whatsoever. I'm going to try Clip Studio. I'm going to see whether maybe it's possible to get the Clip Studio to do this. Hilarious the trouble this makes when we're just opening a 128 by 128 image and trying to do very basic things with it. So here we have the program that I do my posts to YouTube in. You can see that it's got it selected as the yellow that I put underneath black text because Colin and Samir do that. And we're not going to be looking at recent because I haven't been there. But what we're going to do is go and try to find where I'm at. And may or may not be able to do anything of the sort. I think that's not right. Let's see if we can... Here we go. And Godot projects. And counterpart. And defense screen. Okay. And in this case, and you see I've got a text field added. See, this one knows what transparency is too. What it doesn't know is how to move the entire screen around. But it's fine. I'll do it with the scroll wheel. So here's what we're looking at. So in this one, how do I make transparency? I could try doing it in a very crude way. I can try selecting based on how much darkness there is and just hitting subtract. I think since there is transparency in here, that will probably do it. I've got a select control. I've got a select color gamut, so in theory, what I could do is click on a really dark area. Now, what I don't know is whether that's giving me a fuzzy selection anyway, or what it's doing with the boundaries. And that is such a concern that I should probably option drag this to the desktop just to frickin' save it in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. But having selected that, also, can we fool with this? Oh, it's going to be fussy. We'll try it again. Select color gamut. Click on a very dark place. That looks about the same, but then it defaulted to 10 again. I just changed it and then it put it right back. Reset. Increase a lot. And okay, error margin of 50 means it selected literally everything. That's no good. It started as 10. If it was 5, so I think that's not selecting nearly enough. I am curious, however, to see whether it'll show me, okay, it does. So this is a bad effect. This is a hard boundary. Whereas what I'm looking to do is select dark areas. So this is basically like what you get when you're working with something like Clip Studio Paint, which is designed for anime and manga creators. It's assuming I'm only interested in pixels and it doesn't know much about transparency, but I could probably save this and have a semi-transparent texture. It's just that there would be very little in the way of subtlety to any of it. And I don't like that. So we will deselect everything. And let me see whether I can find something that it looks or acts anything like, ooh, hang on. Okay, so understand, I should be able to overlay this, yes? And overlay gives me modes, yes? So what we want to do is, firstly, select all. Cut gives me transparent. Paste should give me another layer, and it has. So I'm kind of saying add should give me something, but it's not really working that way, is it? But I may have more options now. Correct. Fuzzfrizz Amelith, you nailed it. I am trying to get the blacks to be converted to alpha. In theory, the entire square could be filled with like pink, and it would end up like that because the alpha would be shading it. I've got it so it's able to draw, but what we're not able to do, I can have it as add, but black combined with add equals draw this. So that part's not working. And I can have it become semi-transparent, but that's not what I'm looking for. So it looks like I'm still trying to find a way to subtract the blacks. I can stack these up. It's not necessarily going to help. I'm basically exploring, trying to find out how to do it in Clip Studio Paint because I failed to do it in Affinity Photo. And the problem I'm running into is I can layer this texture as add using a UV2, although it wasn't working terribly well, but it was working kind of okay. But my baseline, essentially my baseline alpha was completely and totally opaque. I did not have an alpha in this. Now, if I'm able to switch channels around and copy and paste within the channels, and copy red and paste red to alpha, that would work. In Photoshop, I'd be able to do it. I cannot endorse anybody buying or ever using Photoshop with what they're doing with Adobe Animate. So here we are. I would certainly like something like that, Chad. I just don't see it. I don't think we quite have that. So I've got a transparency. I've got this. So it's a question of what can I do? What's all these? Material color patterns. Nope. Material background. Nope. Monochrome. Nope. These are all useless to me. That kind of sucks. Wow, super not helpful. Okay. Layer property, search layer, animation cells, and now my option for that went away. Navigator, subview, item bank, information. All these are extremely tiny and I can't see any of them. Okay, new raster layer, new correction layer. Well, maybe correction layer is what I'm looking for. Trouble is, how many of these can literally remove opacity? I see correction layers, but I don't see correction layers that should affect opacity unless level correction has that. I've seen things like that before. Well, that's not right. What about, nope, that's only level red, green, and blue. That doesn't affect opacity. Let's find out. Hey, either you know this or you're very good at looking it up. Let's find out. Convert brightness to opacity. It's also made it become monochromatic. I feel like I kind of see, and we've lost all the color, so that's fun. Add. Okay, so there's add. I do see what looks like a checkerboard texture in there, although I can't be sure. But a major problem with this is we have 100% lost all the color. So convert brightness to opacity does not seem to have done the job. Okay, converting brightness to opacity does seem to have, well, no, it doesn't seem to be changing a damn thing. That's a problem. Let's try. Layer mask. Well, I'm not getting much in the way of pop-ups. Oh, there we go. It just took it a while. that didn't do what I was thinking at all. Wow, what about this one? Okay, that did nothing. Mask area is literally all of it, it looks like. Maybe not quite. See, my problem here is that I'm not even able to bring up individual color channels. That's more than I was able, well, that's less than I was able to do in the previous one. And we are kind of grinding to a halt here. That's not good. This is not good at all. I need to be able to move with this a little more than I am. All I'm trying to do is erase. So how about if I do a massive undo fest until we get all the way to the end of this. If I can erode the opacity of dark areas, that would be of some help. Eraser would let me erase things. Okay, it looks like a special effect because the brush size is 300. So if I was able to select only dark areas and then erase those in a way that was darkness relative. So brush size is fine. I don't think I need it to be fancy in any way. So we can leave it like that. I don't need stable. None of that stuff do I need. So it's going to be a matter of selection. To what extent can I select partial selection, feathering? Yep, I have not run Blender for far too long. I would grind to a halt even more with that. So technically what I've got here, I can go boop and entirely render it transparent. Then if I save that, not only will there be nothing in the color channels, there's also nothing in the alpha channel. If, however, I have a selection in here, then we're talking. Also, I can partially select. So that's enough to do the entire thing all in one go, and it's a hard edge thing, so that's going to be smooth. Okay, interesting. Here's quick mask. Now the part that I don't understand is whether I can... What you can't see on the side of the screen there is things having to do with layer settings, but it's very much compositing for anime creators or compositing for, yeah, like I see raster, vector, gradient fill tone, frame boulder, 3D layer, which is a reference thing, what type of virtual paper you're supposed to use. This is not really designed for this job. Honestly, I was a little better off with Affinity. Hey Grants, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get more from your troubles. I ran into problems with the troubles you were having. Let's see what we get with color gamut. Okay, that's more compositing. That's default. And It's not letting, well, unless I artificially make a complete black. That's possible. I think this is producing a hard-edged selection. Although I may be able to do multiple levels of select simply going through it bit by bit, and rather than using aliasing or transparency, simply doing an eraser with not 100% brush density. I think that would work. So now we've got a selection, and we've got a quick mask, and that is, again, what I did not want to see. I did not want to see this. So I do have a blur border control. It's not showing me much as in what's going to happen. Also, I'm pretty damn sure that is just subtracting from everything. So although that's giving me a transparency effect, I'm not happy with it at all. Not even a little bit. However, it may be in the vicinity of being able to get me there. So first of all, as near as I can tell, the closest I can get is blur border. I do not see, I've got a window all the way over here. It's showing me select all, reselect, expand selected area, shrink selected area, blur border, select color gamut, select overlapping vectors, and this is not vector, convert to selection layer, and so on. At this time, I can't even find a way to look at blue, green, and red channels individually. It doesn't even seem to have that. So that's very disappointing. I do get select color gamut though. And honestly, there's no point in generating a 100% black area to make it any easier for it, because it's just going to do what it's going to do. We can, however, use this plus select, or indeed dial it down a lot. There. Do this, and now we've got all of that stuff selected. Or maybe it would be worth it to. So let's do this up properly. Pen, purely black. Oh god, it's a giant brush. 1 pixel brush. Here's where I was working. Don't know how to make the quick mask go away. That's unfortunate. Do I have a way of making the quick... Ah, yes I do. Quick mask no longer there. This should be drawing a super black. Well, let's test that. Okay, yeah, that's dark. I bet that's black. And draw in the central area here. Before too long, I should have 100% black right there. Then back over to select color gamut. Now I know that that is perfectly black. Set it to error margin of 2 and click there. So there's actually quite a bit of 100% black there. Now, if I then blur the border, how much is that? Far too much. I should be able to get the border showing much because it's a blur, right? So it should be giving me not a hard edge selection. Oh, we're almost there, Fuzz Frizz. This is supposed to be about me coding in Godot, not this. This is a super ridiculous detour that's most unhelpful. And I do intend to learn Blender. I've got it. I watch Pablo like every time he makes a new video. I'm fascinated with Blender. I'm super interested. I am so far away from it that there's nothing I can do about it right now. Okay, so blur border down to, say, 2. I don't think that was enough, but I could repeatedly do it. Interesting. I feel like that's not really enough, but we might be moving in the right direction. What do we got now? Okay, so we've got that selected. I'm going to test out what happens if I delete. Okay, this is moving in the right direction. That's clearly semi-transparency. So I think what needs to happen is I need to get both of those color values in the initial. Let's undo, back away from all of that stuff, back to literally the very beginning. And so I selected 3, yeah? We'll change the error margin to 3. Boom, that covered that very nicely. So now we need to do some more blurring. And we'll bump that up to 3 also. And that's probably not enough all by itself, so let's do it again. Now what do we got? Honestly, I'm almost tempted to go with Fuzz Frizz at this stage. That's probably good. I mean, Fuzz Frizz Amalith, you're in chat, you know these things. You know what I'm trying to do. You know exactly how to do it. I should just go, why yes. So let's give it a shot. Also, Blender is a fairly efficient little program, isn't it? So it shouldn't be that much more heavy to work with than this. I so strongly bet that you're right that let's do it. Do not save defense screen. Cool. So, do we have it in open with? No, apparently not. That's because Blender is normally a 3D program. Your begging is being answered. Let's fire it right up. Now, this is not a super antique version, but it's still old enough. Oh God, it's opening in full screen, isn't it? That's why you can't see anything. Sorry about that. I'll fix it as soon as I can. I got a beach ball. Okay, deleting the cube. I don't feel like that's actually going to work, so talk me through it. I'm going to start exploring and seeing where I get. For instance, maybe we can, I feel like maybe, I love that it says SVG as grease pencil. And this is also not a super, super old version of Blender, but I bet it's still not new. And I have half an eye on my wood stove, making sure it's still keeping me warm. Weirdly enough, it warmed up a lot. It was actually over freezing at some point in the day. Will do. Switch to compositing. Got there. Use nodes. Got there. Sweet. Render layers. Image. So what I'm going to be doing at some point is opening this in a node in Blender. I bet it's going to be opening it in a node and then saving it as a node. I am at least a little bit familiar with what nodes are, so we're not going to be completely and totally lost. However, I don't actually have this scene, so it's not going to be wanting this. Okay, Eevee in a search bar. Give me up, got there. Type format and adjust resolution. Okay, that's a render image. That's not actually a search bar. However, there is a search bar just above it. Okay, adjust resolution. That's going to be 128 by 128. Got it. All right, color management. Almost there. File format, it's already in pink. Okay, got there so far. Up in search. Good. I love that little search bar. That's useful to know about. Yep, found it. So color management, I've got color. That's probably close enough. Override switch view to standard. Override. It's not display device. Color management. View. Standard. Cool. Got there. Yeah, I'm not completely passive and slow, but we've got that. So next, Finder. Drag and drop the image into Blender. It showed up. Cool. Going well so far. So I probably don't need this node. We're going to replace this node. I'm assuming, yep, delete. I could have hit X. I'm afraid to hit anything on the keyboard because Blender is so full of shortcuts that the whole thing might explode and freak out. Boom. I'm assuming I got to do, render layers, Shift A, and add image. Funnily enough, I think it's already here. We're not seeing anything, mind you, but I think this is it. Image into image, image into alpha. Lovely. Splendid. F12 to render. Lovely. So while we're at it, let's throw another node in here because it's going to be dim. And that might be fine. But as long as we're doing this, add node, color adjust, brightness, contrast, We've got a hue saturation value. Look, it's showing that. Put that there. And F12 to render again. So if we saturate it lots, well, it's not actually very different. Value. Aha. See, it looks different now. So we're already getting somewhere. And image drop down. Interesting. Okay, so F12 gives me that. This would be image drop down. And this would let me save it. Save the image with current name and settings. Interesting. I don't believe that is actually from where I think it is. Yeah, it's untitled ping. Thanks, Fuzz Frizz, ping. And RGBA, correct. I don't think we need, no. I don't feel like I need to compress it. It was being compressed a lot. Boom. Having done these things, I can probably quit out of that. Lovely, lovely. Fuzz Frizz, this is an inspiring little experience. I should start trying to make my video thumbnails using this rather than Clip Studio Paint, because I've been talking about this. Honestly, let's not save the saves of that. We got one of these. Funnily enough, that is looking different. And let's jump back to Guardian. Okay, so what do we got here? Okay, that looks completely transparent to me. Import settings. Maybe it's happier to be done as an image import. That still looks completely transparent. We can test that though. I see no reason not to test that, so let's find out. Load path. Load. This one, which does not show up with a PNG. Okay, it needs to be a texture 2D. Cool. Back to import. Import as texture 2D, hopefully which will contain yep, it contains an alpha. We could P multiply alpha for what good it'll do. Let's re-import it. Let's go back to Guardian and go back to the scene. And it's alpha albedo that we need. So we're going to try to re-import it. And in theory, it now has transparency. I don't see it. Yep, fair enough, Grishagogol. Understood. However, we may not have transparency enabled in this object. So now that we have a transparency channel, enable with alpha. Let's not worry about that. So the materials transparency mode should draw from alpha. Slowest to render, disable shadow casting. Fine. Fine, fine. I basically knew that was gonna... Oh, an alpha depth prepass. So it'll use that, but not perfectly. Alpha hash is a little faster than alpha blending. We're doing alpha blending, but we could try alpha hash or something. Anyways, and then blend mode should be add. Starting to get into a zone. Alrighty. Thank you, Fuzz Frizz Amelith. It very much appears like that worked super well. And having done that, we can go back to here, and it's going to be very slow rendering, but we can go back to here, go back to triplanar, and now triplanar scaling. Oh, hello, are we not, is it not doing that now? Maybe it cannot do triplanar. Oh, I didn't turn it on. There we go. Boom. Triplanar sharpness. Okay, are we not responding? Oh, hang on. I've got two separate places for triplanar and I'm using them both. That seems like maybe that's not right. How about I don't do that? And then UV layer. Also is UV1. Triplanar is on. Now are we getting a result? No, we're not. Okay, so this is still cool. We're still getting something interesting. Unfortunately, what's happening is it's refusing to let me layer these on top of each other, which is what I was doing before, and it was great. So that's neat looking in its way, but it's not actually what I was looking to do. If this scale is at exactly 1, so what I'm going to need to do is turn on whatever was making UV2 happen, but instead we're using triplanar. So detail on. Detail is now off. I do wonder whether, so then detail back on again. Blend mode add, UV layer, UV1, albedo is also the same thing. Normal, that shouldn't matter. Let's load that directly rather than assume it gets loaded. Okay, still don't see anything happening, but have we not turned triplanar on though? Yeah, I'm not getting the result I was looking for. Seems to be a common factor here. We seem to be continually running into that problem. Could it be that it wants detail mask to be something? For instance, the same thing. Alrighty, that is mostly transparent as it was before. And I see no change here, although granted, we're looking at it with a bright background. You know, that's probably enough to go with, honestly. That's a freaky looking thing. What I would really like to do, however, is use that triplanar business so that we could see those funky effects it was producing. So, and then add gets me nothing. Well, if we do add, could we do a separate albedo? Could we do like defense green 2 as the separate albedo for add? Because we've got the main texture. Main texture now is thank you so much Fuzz Frizz, which has alpha transparency. which is being rendered as add. If it's in mix, then we get this. So when we do mix, it's not honoring the transparency as much as I would like. Although granted, that is possibly because something else in here is behaving poorly. Hit save and see what we got. Nope, still opaque. So transparency is all very well and good. Ooh, hello. Opaque only? Nope. We're still looking at the inside of the texture, but the texture is still being rendered opaque. We need to draw it as add. There are ways to draw that differently, though. Ooh, hang on. Pre-multiplied alpha, anyone? Well, that at least was showing some of that tracery behind it, but I'm not sure that helped. Let's hit save quickly and jump back to game. Yeah, it's still completely opaque. I think we need to draw it as add. I think that has to be drawn as add. Do that, and all of a sudden it's doing what I wanted, and then we can cull mode however we like, because we're inverting. Shading mode, ooh, per pixel makes it go away completely. Amusing. Let's have it be unshaded. Maybe I can boost it even harder. No, that's about the limit. We do get to adjust that, but we're not getting to multiply it any more than it is. Sign distance field rendering shader. So those are cool, but that has nothing to do with what we're doing here. Height mapping? Yeah, let's not do that. Ooh, and triplanar mapping. I feel like maybe the transparency part is what's causing this to screw up. So detail. Here's the question. Can I make it do a triplanar mapping by using an entirely different texture in the detail scenario? See, this one, well, hang on a moment. Okay, so that is still the correct one. Otherwise, we would not be seeing it as transparent. When I turn it over this way, I can kind of see what's happening to it. And here's albedo. This resource says it's defense screen. That seems weird. Hit save, look at game again. But we're still using the thank you fizz. So this at least is already fine. My question becomes, can I bring that triplanar behavior back? Oh yeah, no, I'd be able to go and do that. This is basically as opaque as I really need it, so we're good for now. I'm simply exploring to see whether I can make the detail level kick in. So UV layer, UV2. That is probably this one. So here's our main transparent texture that we want to be transparent and which is fine. And then, I see something happening. That's subtle, but it looks like it's doing the thing I wanted. Question is, how much can it do it? So if I put repeat in, it's going to act a little different. And if we zoom this in real far, and then look at it in game again, okay, so there's probably something showing here. So now what I'm wondering, since the triplanar business was maybe not all that I wanted, can we turn off triplanar and all that other stuff? Lose the mask. I know I can overlay detail with a blend mode, so if I overlay it in add, it doesn't matter what I start with. And then albedo can continue to be defense screen 2. Although I can be even sillier, load something completely unrelated to see whether I can make it do anything. Like if I load rock micro, now it's a lot brighter. But honestly, we can't see it very well, can we? So what that's done is that's overlaid a black and white rock texture onto the transparent texture using add only. So it did a thing, it's just not what we want. And if instead of that, I load the skybox texture, also with add, well, when we do that, we can't actually see it at all. That's weird. Mix. Okay, with mix, it just disappears. Oh, okay, it wants to be UV1. I guess there's two different layers for that. And then here's the UV2 scaling. Doesn't actually relate anymore. And interestingly, it feels to me a little bit like it's still doing a transparency. That's not a bad effect, honestly. We are still doing, because this clearly has alpha transparency. So do that, and it's not a black hole anymore, but it's like a bubble in space. That's kind of neat. The trouble being, it's replacing the other one completely. So I don't love that. But it turned out it was something that was possible. And we do add. There we go. Now we have both. But the scaling, the layer, it seems to only be able to draw it properly if it's in UV1. Oh, hi. Okay, scaling for that doesn't work. We do actually get to turn that on. Now, remembering, of course, that UV1 is triplanar is supposed to be terrible for performance, and I don't think we're gaining that much by this. I don't feel the triplanar is actually helping, unless modulating scale of UV1 is so cool that it's worth it. Let's find out. maybe. It's a striking effect. In game, we can make that modulate. Again, the trouble is that it's using the same it's doing the same thing for both. And that's not so much different from the base texture that it's required. Like, we can make that go away and we still have the very similar look. We're kind of blending them. And if we don't repeat it, well, then it goes right away. Or we could do that. So weird looking, mostly transparent beastie. Yeah, again, mix makes it only go to the one thing. And sending it to UV2 gives me literally nothing. So we can have this, but it seems very difficult to have the detail level. I feel like maybe I don't get to do a bunch of these things and I don't get to do the detail level. So if we turn off the detail, this part looks exactly the same. So maybe, hello. And repeat. And let's use nearest neighbor filtering. Repeat is not on. And it looks like we've stumbled across exactly the thing that I was hoping. It can become this funky looking thing. And then if you go to the main game, this is now your monster. It can sort of do weird things, and it looks like an inverted shape of something. And then if you modulate scale, it does that. But it's still very semi-transparent looking. And then if scale goes down to 0, well, if scale goes down to 1, then it's essentially normal. Scale goes down to 0, we wind up with a more pixelated thing because we're still using nearest neighbor. So we have yet another visual effect. And then at literally 0, it will be invisible. And then at negative settings, we're doing another effect. So we can make it sort of pulse like this. Now, I don't know how much that hurts performance, that we're doing a variety of weird things, but it is at least something that could be done. And let's see about if the sharpness is not altered. I kind of like that effect. What happens if it goes the opposite direction? Oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. We've got little details sort of swooping around there. Like, see at the bottom there? It's all very dim. But I think that's a neat looking effect. So what happens if we crank sharpness all the way to this direction? And then UV1 scale needs to modulate. So we can save this. We can go here and something to do with material. I think I've done stuff with this before. So, back to writer. So we're placing this. Let's place it fairly close. It doesn't do anything yet, but. And we're firing ready. Ready means it's got enough code to be able to chase the player if I wanted to. Also, excuse me for a moment because I got to do a couple of little things. I'm going to rinse out my cup. I'm not going to have another cup of coffee because I've had 3. And although we're sort of poodling along, doing random things, I feel like there is some progress to it all. Funnily enough, I set myself up with those headphones specifically for the purpose of being able to do stuff with audio, which I'm now not doing. But you know, sometimes it just be that way. And sometimes we got a lovely fire in the wood stove and it's not going to be too freezing tonight, so yeah. Let's see how much of this stuff we can get done. But I do have to take a moment. I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty. I mean, emit light is easy. All I got to do is put a light in it. Emit light, not difficult. And Orchideus, I've been using Photoshop since Photoshop 3. So yes, I would be able to do it if I was using Photoshop, but I will not. So let's see. Okay, physics counter equals 0. Let's make that be a float. And then here's where we're going to go and look up some stuff. So this is the kind of thing we'd have to do in Guardian to manipulate the mesh. You've got to do stuff like this. So we'll copy that there. And then in physics process, and looky there, it thinks it knows what I'm doing, but it doesn't. It knows there's another variable called world size that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do, so we're going to ignore that bit. Then we'll paste this stuff in here. We're not doing a albedo color at all, but this is the kind of language we'd be using. So we'll load a material, and then what's happening is we need to modulate UV1. Now there's a place where I'm manipulating UV1. If we modulate UV1, it'll do this visually. And if I modulate physics and as a counter, and then put it into a sine, what'll happen is I can make this pulsating effect just by incrementing a number and then taking the sine of it. Although I don't know if I really want to be doing that every single frame, but here we are. It would work anyhow. And then going to 1 gets it this big. If we intensify it further, such as if we've made it angry and it's chasing us, it can become more intense, like that. And we'll just see what happens. 1 is very simple. 1 looks like that. So we're going to modulate UV1. I do have code for doing that somewhere. It'll be in Rock, I think, where we're instantiating it. So same deal as var material, the mesh instance that we are in, as standard material 3D. And then UV1 scale is the thing we're looking to modulate. So back over to Guardian. And we don't have a rock size, but we can still do something. See, it still wants me to use world size, but that's not what I'm doing. Honest, it's not. And it won't let me only autocomplete physics counter. No, I got to type it all out because it thinks I'm doing something else. This is what I was talking about when I said I can use the autocomplete as if I'm doing not what it thinks I'm doing, I'm on the right track. In this case, I'm going to say it's lost its damn mind and doesn't have any idea what I want. So if larger than math pi. That time it figured it out. Cool. Yeah, I want you to iterate like that. And we can have another variable in here for making it go faster necessarily, but for now, this ought to work. And is it worth not doing this twice? Probably because it's a transcendental function. Oh, math sign. Which I will return, I'll cast it to float. And then pulse goes here. Is YouTube crashing for you folks? I hope not. I'm getting a warning. It says, if you're not receiving enough video, then we're going to have problems. Well, I hope we're receiving enough video. Maybe I'm just not moving around enough. Like, there, how's this? Enough video? Good, thank you. And then we will... This is another thing that can be subject to the behavior of the beast. But for now, we do this, and then we don't need this at all. And it is just possible that that will work. Also, we're not using world size at all. And that's fine. Is it a light hiccup? Oh, well, I moved around and then it was like, okay, you're fine. That's enough information. Well, if I do this, we're going to definitely see some action. We got a lot of beepy guys. Do we have our glowing orb? I can definitely do with adjusting some of these sounds. Now I know what you guys meant when you're like, oh, it's too loud. You know what? It'll be easier to find if I'm not playing such a high level. Let's play a lower level. Much lower level. There's a lot of other adjustments to be made, but level 10. Now maybe I'll be able to find Mr. Guardian. Although I do wonder whether maybe the size is just too small. Like, technically I should be able to see something moving here. It's a vibe. Let's see whether we can make this more visible. Oop. Okay, Guardian, Guardian world size, Guardian position. This should be right next to us or actively in contact with. So rock size, we could pass Guardian size or simply assume that it is some larger size and use the same technique as used in rock. So rock transform equals rock transform scaled. No, we're instancing that around. It says right there that it does. We can update the scale. We're already doing that. We do get to use negative scale, and it should be working. There's all of our instances. We're not actually going to be using the instances for Guardian. There's going to be just one of it. If it works, I can make other things that there's just one of. But, for instance, reload on your shots by going to where the anti-Guardian is. It can be a similar effect, but with the texture of the background. So let's see, that's collision. Don't care about that. Spawn rock, new rock size. That's back in game. Spawn bot, spawn rock. Okay. Where do we start scaling? Collision shape 3D and get node 3D times rock size. So this bit of code should also apply to, oh, and we get to update this if we want. Probably don't need to though. To Guardian. Which I guess we don't need to add it as a node because it's already there. We are calling ready. And in theory, either this will work or it will not. Let's assume it does. So if we can instantiate it like this, so that's going to be a vector 3, but we get to multiply it by a float. What I wonder is whether every time we do a new level, which this is new level, it'll just multiply itself by 100 again. But for now, we get to see whether it worked the first time. Oh, not only did it work, but we're inside the thing now. Cool. So that's neat. It's that. Let's find out if it gets expanded to 1,000 times the size. All I got to do is find Illuminate. And I think we don't have a working collider in here. No, we do, but not in such a way that anything happens. I'm just pushing it around. Technically, what's going to happen is if you collide with that, you die. Okay, is this that away? That means I go here. That's the one. Okay, and for next level, now we find out whether this expands enormously because every time we do a new level, its size is multiplied. And there are ways that that could be a neat thing. We could make that be something. But for now, I find out whether it becomes silly. I feel like it might have just literally done that. Yeah, I think it did. Let's check that assumption. So clearly we can't just multiply it, but we could directly set it, and we could set it to something relative to level. The question is, what should it be set if it's relative to level? Is it good for it to become enormous? If the position is able to move around, but it's not subject to being within the size of the actual world, we could have it... Also, we could have the collision not relate to anything else other than us. Firstly, though, so position. We'll make it be offset by a little bit. And then let's make it multiply by 10 each time rather than 100 because that became entirely too much. So it's now much smaller and it's off in some direction. Which direction, I'm not entirely sure. decided on startup. So the idea was going to be, it starts up actually quite far away, but chases you. Oh, there it is. I see it. And my target is here. So this is what it looks like being a size of 10. And it doesn't do you any harm, and it's a physics body, so it does actually take on its velocity and move. Or does it? Let's see. Run into it. I think it moves. Ah, now he's hit. Here we go. That's cool. I like that. It needs to be a little more extreme, but I like it. And we've got some funny idea as to where to go, because this makes no sense at all. Okay, well, let's try some more. Ah, better instructions. We're supposed to go here. Okay, I win. Next level. Now it's much larger than it was because it is now a size of 100. So that's cool. I think the next thing to do is to set these scales to directly. Well, that's fine, but we don't want to do that. How about... There, so the very first ones, they're tiny. But now we get to experiment with what weird things happen when it's some kind of giant thing. And we could also maybe... Well, first things first, let's see what happens here. That's actually much easier. 0. So it's at one of the edges of the world, but the other ones are in the middle. So now at level 10, this is actually a fine time, however, to get in there and fool with it a little bit more. For instance, if we had it going much bigger, it gets to do this. And pulse should still be moving about as the same rate, because that was a reasonable rate. But then if we have our initial level being much higher, we're going to start to see something. See, at a higher level, it's an intimidating feature. It becomes larger and larger. Although the teleporting aspect of it gets a little weird. That's because it's not actually moving. It's staying in one place. So the sine aspect of this, I'm not sure I'm in love with. I'm not sure I'm in love with the sine aspect of it. It's spending all of its time at its extreme. Let's take it down quite a bit. And maybe that's fine. I do like the look of that stuff, but also I wonder if I can jitter the position of it in any way, because right now I don't think it has any real... Okay, so this is pulse 4. And yes, it would be possible to put a light in it. That might be worth doing. So this, it looks very much like we are right inside it. And I've gone past the boundaries of the world, so I teleported. See, went from here to there. Like in theory, what that means is you can run away from it. The only trouble is if you run away from it, it can sort of randomly flit about, and the larger it gets, the more challenging that becomes. So, another possibility is to do a square root of the level and multiply it by something. Let's see what that looks like at a level of 300, because 300 is actually big. The entire world is only about 800 to 1,000. So if it's to chase us, and it should, so let's throw that in there as well, physics process. I can worry about the, and let's see, so brain counter, target position, acceleration. Acceleration, target position, minus position. Okay, so this is some of the code I'm going to need. I'm just going to alter it. Over to Guardian. And now we start manipulating how it works. So we don't have a target position yet, nor do we actually care about one level. Actually, no, that's not wrong. We do care about one level because it's not supposed to hurt you or chase you if you've won. So that does still have a relevance to it. Just inverted. And we do have access to where player position. We don't actually have acceleration, but that must be getting applied elsewhere. Yeah, it's just a 3D vector. It's just a 3D vector. We're applying it not there. Linear velocity. That's where we're applying it. So technically, we could steal that. And then find where we are defining this acceleration, probably right up at the top. Steal that and use it. There, now we have an acceleration. We don't have a target position. But that don't matter, because we can assume where it's trying to go is U. So therefore, there. In theory, this will now make it chase us. And I can probably dial back its size a little bit. Same deal. And if it starts out too small, we can fool with it. But now it is chasing. It's just not chasing very fast. And it's a factor of difficulty. So at high levels, it gets more intense. Well, let's see what it does when we do this. What do we got? Let's get out of the way. Let's see if we have a glowing weird thing coming at us from somewhere. So I don't actually see it, although it could be more illuminated by putting a light on there. I could definitely put a light on it. We'll call it Cherenkov radiation. So the thing that I've just done is it's supposed to be moving and reacting, but I also dialed back its size a great deal. I could also put that sound effect on it. That might be amusing. In fact, I'm sure I can do that by the end of the stream. But we are now wondering, where is it being? There it is. So that is the danger thing, and it is in fact coming for me. It can't do anything to me yet, but it was in fact coming for me. I think I went beyond the bounds of the world. Oh, I can think of something that I could do. I totally have just thought of something that I could do to make it behave better. See, there it is. What I'd like to do is find out whether it can move asteroids out of the way. I'd also like to get it looking cooler, because that's not as good as I'd like. But yeah, it does zoom in. It is moving. So it looks better from this angle. So it needs to make that sound. I think I need to have a light inside it so that it casts light on other things. That way you can see it coming. And I've just moved too far again. So what I was talking about, like player is moving around. Is that it? And teleporting around. Player is relative to the position of our floating glowing little dude. So if player teleports past the boundaries of the universe, we can also teleport Guardian the same way. That would work because it keeps Guardian relative to player in the right spot. Now there could still be issues with that. Let's go and try all of the things. What's the point of doing anything if you can't do everything? Namely, let's add a child node. Child node is audio stream player. Audio stream player gets this special noise. Where's the stream? It's not Roblox. It's not earthquake. It's electric aura. It's this very, very loud noise. Do I have that set to loop? I'd better. No, but I soon can. There we go. It's designed to loop, so I just have it constantly playing. And then using the attenuation model, I needn't turn it down, but I'm going to want to mess with the pitch scale. And here's how. Pitch scale is going to be a very low number. That's what it was supposed to sound like. We can also have that animation track as well. So that can go to Splody Bus. That's a better noise. Yeah, that's awesome. We're good with that. We'll leave playing off for the moment just because it's going to be annoying if we don't. Although we can also back away. If we back away far enough, you can't hear it anymore. And the thing to do then is I'm going to track distance between player and it. And when you get closer, that's what we did before. That's what we're doing again. Interestingly, that does not seem to be doing anything, so cool. Do I need to save it? Okay, so it's not doing the thing. Second thing to do was add a light. Omnilight in all directions, attenuated by distance, seems good. So let's make color. Red color that we want, or at least as close as we can get. Mesh instance. I don't know if... Okay, so that's interesting. Bake mode, do not bake. It's a moving object. Cull mask. Specular. Let's not have specular. Yeah. No specular highlights, please. Well, for now, let's hit save and see what we've got in the actual running version of the game. is. And our level 300 busyness and noisiness. But I'm supposed to be able to see both Mr. Dude and the light it casts. And I'm a little puzzled not to, there he is. So is that casting light onto nearby rocks? I'm not sure if it is. It is chasing me though. It's chasing me very effectively. So if I go over to this and it chases me, do I then start to see a red highlight? For that matter, can it push the rock aside? I don't know if I'm seeing a highlight there. So, well, for one, let's make it bigger by just automatically having it deal with level. And let's go to a lower level just to make everything a little more easy to deal with. Should still scale pretty good. It's actually, okay, so world size is that. I feel like I need to go back into here. Well, maybe it's time to simply, we'll have this. I do wonder whether I can make energy become extremely high. Specular can be normal. So can this just be a blinding light? Also, cull mask. Is it colliding with the inside of the object? Because my concern is it's colliding with the inside of the object and not showing up. Like if it's a light, I should be seeing it reflecting off of that guy. One quick way of finding out. Omni light. Down you go. I can return that in a moment, but I want to see what happens here. I don't see anything happening there. Oh, but there is a illustration of where the light lives, but it isn't doing anything. Although, I can run it real quick, having now turned the light amount up that much. We can see whether we can find Mr. Dude. Oh, there. Now, is that casting light from some way below it? Since the light ain't working, there's no point dealing with it. We can just turn the light part off. Light from underneath? No? Yeah, I don't know whether that's casting a light. I feel like it's not. It has bumped that asteroid. There is that. It is able to bump the asteroid around. It is in fact doing so. But I do not see light cast upon that object. So I am not sure. So coal mask. Well, it's not doing that, is it? No distance fade. Big rumbly sounds from working on this. I am not at all sure this is working. Omni. Oh, well, that might have something to do with it. Look at that. Omni range, its range is literally 5. 5 is it. So clearly that's not what I'm doing with other lights. Bot has a light. What's bot's light? I thought, no. Player has a light. Player has a light. Spotlight. So range of 2048. In other words, ginormous range. Everything is affected by that. So we have an omni range. We'll set it to be the same thing. Attenuation. Do we want a shadow mode? Yikes. I don't know if we need that. Might be cool. It's only one light, so it could be fancy. Omni attenuation. Physically accurate is 2. Let's go back over to game and see if it's illuminating anything. Not so much. I still don't know whether it's going to work inside the Guardian. But I believe there's one way to find out. So that was clearly what was wrong with it. Also, just for funsies, let's see if we can make it so we can hear the damn thing properly. Audio stream player. Let's have pitch scale. Be a little higher. That way, if it's nearby and we can actually hear it, it'll be obvious. And it doesn't have to be filling up the reverb space. I just feel like maybe that would be cool. If we don't want it filling up the reverb space, we do this. So now let's see whether we have a light in here. It's only one light, so there's that. By which we can tell where the thing is. There it is. And is it making a noise? I like that sort of Sarenkov radiation up there. That's cool. I'm not getting a sound out of this. And I've just gone past the edge of the world. See? So what I was talking about, I need to make it so that when you teleport here, it also does the teleport. So maybe that's a fine thing to do right now. I got about 25 minutes before thawing out food for tacos. Might as well do some of these things. what does the crossfade do on console H? I can. On console H channel, or indeed anywhere, console H pre has that too. Crossfade fades between the 3-band EQ, the normal EQ, and the weird bandpassy, bit crushy things that it has. The ones where if you crank it up, you get a blast of noise. If you crank it all the way down, you get gating. The crossfade knob manages how much of that is even happening. And it balances it between that and the 3-band EQ output, which is why it's set up to be the 3-band EQ output without anything else, for starters. So, I think I know what's happening with Guardian. Excuse me. Indeed, indeed. So I have a get node. Let's jump back into here and see what that node's called. This thing, Audio Stream Player 3D. So I need to get the node Audio Stream Player 3D, and we're going to set it to playing. Actually, I can turn it off if... Yeah, currently it's set to not playing, but it loops. Oh, I see what happened. If I set it to autoplay, it'll just start up on start. I had it set to playing, but it didn't mean anything. Let's see whether that alone is enough. That alone is enough. We can hear Mr. Dude off there in the distance. Not even in the distance, he's over here. There. Now we have a monstrous thing. I do need to make it teleport. In fact, I need to make it teleport so hard that let's immediately do that, because I know that's something that needs doing. Here's another thing that needs doing. More fire. At times when the temperature drops to 30 degrees below freezing during the night, we need our fire. Folks in Florida are freaking out just because it's dropping to freezing. We got to deal with 30 degrees below freezing. That said, I don't blame them. They're not set up for that. Those people in Florida are not set up for what climate change is doing to them. Yeah, fair. Well, if it did, it wouldn't be red. It wouldn't be the color that this is. So, player. Technically, I've got game. Hey, you know I've got game. I've got game here, so I can refer to Guardian through game. Because this teleport thing that's happening, doesn't happen all the time. So these things are worth doing, but this is a quick little check on our position each time. We're leaving that commented out, but that could prove useful. And let's see. So that's a minus equal world size, and so game is the base level. That's going to be get node, isn't it? But not like that, but that just filled in a lot of stuff, so that's fine. Cool. Wrote game. So far, so good. And then we're updating that. And that's going to be a little messier. I'm not going to want to do it that way. That's not going to be okay at all. That's completely opposite to what I was actually looking to do. 3D vector. That's also not what I wanted to do. Equals this. So I know I'm doing the right thing because it's getting completely confused and not able to deal with what's going on. So G pause Y. So we're taking the Guardian's position and setting it to the Guardian's position again, but minus equals world size. Oh, sorry. X minus world size. And so if we go past that boundary, Guardian is also going to teleport to match what we just did. Its position moves as our position moves. So it might knock other well, maybe it won't knock asteroids around, but in theory, what it's going to do is it's going to blip around, keeping the same relative position to player, which means it doesn't have to honor the boundaries. The world does. And so I'll duplicate this over a bunch of times and then make it match what reality wants it to be. Because it's going to be the same formula each time. It's a local thing. So gpos plus world size when world size gets added to the player position. Minus moves here. New y. Minus moves here and turns to plus because it's y plus. And minus moves to z in this case. Just like that. And then moves to z in this place and turns to a plus. Okay. That should actually work. I hear our thing. It's hanging out over here. It's definitely not casting a light. As I back up and go across the boundaries of the world, it will not actually disappear this time. if I go far enough, then it will. Also, when you're this far away from it, because I've backed away past the boundaries of the universe, it becomes quieter. Let's see if we can make it just appear somewhere. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. Where's it at? Next thing is to alter the pitch of it. Ah, there it is. So if we see it like that, and back up, it doesn't actually. It appears to be in the same spot. So with this behavior, what can be done is it can be beyond even the visual representation of all of these asteroids, because as you continue to traverse, you end up approaching it. Oh, didn't like that. Well then, also, we've got that. We have not yet modulated the speed of it, although we did get autoplay going. It wanted autoplay. Light seems to be doing diddly squat, but maybe it's simply a matter of where light is positioned. So if I move it down and hit save, it's now not even close to the object. And so the object is not going to be obscuring the light. So now I find out whether it's able to illuminate things. If it's not able to illuminate things, I'm just going to lose the light. Call it a day. And now we're playing it twice. I honestly don't see light coming from this. Like no specular, no diffuse, nothing. This light is not working. Oh. Undo. I suppose I could fool with... Oh, that's not useful. If attenuation is 0, then do I get something? Okay, well, one thing at a time. Let's step out of there. Oh, okay. We fixed it. There is now entirely too much. Okay, so what did we do? Whatever we did, that just completely and totally fixed it. But what happened? Now I get to dial it back again. So here we are in here. Visible on. That part's fine. Energy shouldn't need to be 16 anymore. Oh, I remember. Yeah, this was what did it. It was attenuation. So it's a pretty much constant brightness. Shadow modes. What shadow mode do? Is there a cheap version for it? Dual paraboloid. That seems good. Doesn't need to be actually a good light. Okay, so color is much less now. I don't think I need to have it playing in this. That's awesome. It was the attenuation that was doing it. I'm pretty sure I have a custom attenuation for Player's Light too. But that ought to be a big help. Is it doing a good job of making shadows? Well, I feel like it doesn't need to be that strong. What I want to see is whether rocks are casting shadows on other rocks. But we can pretty plainly tell where that is. So now, what's going to make it work much better is just dialing back the range. Or indeed, we could attenuate so I'm wondering whether an inverse square attenuation model might work better for the thing. We got a bunch of different variations here. I do like the inverse square idea. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but it might be good. Also, we could still be throwing this into the reverb, you know. Pitch scale, I'm going to need to start modulating that. Maybe that's the next thing to try. And here's our light. Range can be a bunch smaller than that. Because it will gradually fade off at the edge of the range. But that might be enough. One way to find out. We've got it teleporting properly. I don't have it starting way past the player, but could still happen. I don't know whether instances behave the same way as lights. Maybe they do. They might. They might. That'd be kind of neat. And so over to Guardian. Pulse times and sign physics counter. So that can be a factor of closeness. So 0.1 is also a useful pitch measurement. 0.1 applied to that looping playing noise is actually fairly active. So my idea is I could have this be jumping around more aggressively as it gets closer. Like it could get more hyperactive and make scarier noises as it gets closer, and then when it's very far away, it doesn't do nearly as much. No. No, 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 honey. Absolutely not. So here we get a thing. So if not one level acceleration equals square player position. Technically, this should all be living inside a bracket, so we don't even update the velocity unless we need it. However, we could do this. Or, no, that's a vector 3, isn't it? Okay, never mind. Let's dial some of that stuff back, shall we? That wasn't useful at all. But we do need to do this measurement. So, this gets normalized when actually applied. And we need to continually check this. Although we could make it go the opposite direction. We could make it turn around and go away if you win. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? What that would mean is this, the inverse. Acceleration normalized times float times negative 32 gives us it starts to go away from you. And we can ramp this up according to, well, I mean, it's already applying difficulty, so there's that. I'll leave it alone for now. Oop. So distance becomes acceleration length. And we like moderate distances to be roughly equal to 0.1. Thing is, if acceleration becomes really close, we want it to go inverse. So in theory, that's going to have it animate differently. We haven't done anything with the sound yet, but we got a gentle glow in here, pointing the direction towards our Mr. Dude. I'm going to want that to be more or less extreme. There it is. It is not moving as we get closer to it. It starts to move, and then the closer we get, again, inverse square law. So that's our nearest. So the whole thing can act a little bit more extremely, I think. But all that means is do that. And then let's see if we can fool with the pitch. Rock has stuff with sounds. I believe. Nope. I swear to God, Rockhead stuff. Oh, there we go. Get node audio stream player 3D is something that I can do, and pitch scale is what I'm going to be doing with it. So grab that and use it in Guardian. Update physics process. So we do not want to do this, but we want to do Guardian. Oh no, we're in Guardian. We don't need to do a damn thing like that. We are already inside Guardian. We don't need to deal with any of that. Pitch scale equals distance, which is already afloat, so I needn't cast it. Alrighty, now let's see what we're looking at. Gotta cut down that glow a little bit. It's taking a little too much effect. I see the hint of a something in the distance. See that? That's Guardian. What I did to get the global illumination to work was I stopped the attenuation, turned the attenuation to 0. So I should be able to get it to limit its effect by having the attenuation be slightly larger than 0. Okay, now we're not updating that. I'm not hearing much of a change though. And now it's not updating well, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to thaw out my taco stuff. But then I'll be right back and I'll attend to all of those little things. It does not take me a long time to warm up my oven. Alrighty. Got that sorted. Okay, so we are looking at this. We're keeping track of where player position before it was doing the thing. Distance is 8 divided by acceleration length. Acceleration is the distance that we're using. Oh, I think I see why it became upset. Look at that. That is totally a bug. That says stir for eam. Now maybe it'll work. Not only that, maybe the other part will start working again. I'm noticing that in Godot, certainly C# Godot, but maybe in general, if there's a dumb mistake somewhere, it can kill the entire process that's in. It'll just stop doing anything. And we may be able to avoid that problem. So let's go and now see whether this is working at all or not. There's that. It is now moving again. That's good. That's kind of what I had in mind. Cool. Only thing is, we're not hearing it at all at a distance, and there's a reason for that. Reason for that is we went to an inverse square attenuation model. Pitch scale seems to be working appropriately, but the rest of it not as much. So let's give this a try. And this is probably a fine time to get in here and go, let's have a little more attenuation than 0. It lets me do negative attenuations. I was expecting to be able to zoop all the way back, but no. Right, attenuation 0.1. Let's see what we get out of there. And we could have the energy be higher than 1. After all, we're going to attenuate it, so we might as well have it be really intense when it's nearby. Back into the breach. Roughly 50 minutes left in stream. Up. We hear Mr. Dude. Mr. Dude is approaching. I would like there to be a little less of a red glow everywhere for this. But what I'd also like to find out, and maybe we can make this more amusing. So let's find this out. Now it's chasing us like a mad thing. Oh yeah, here it comes. Of the universe, but you know what? It's coming. So what we could do is hang out near an asteroid and see when it turns red. I feel like I outran it too effectively. Because one of the things I wanted to see was if you get well away from it. I see a glow. A glow approaches. I wanted to see whether it would. Look at that. You're coming. You're coming real fast. is it going to illuminate the instances that don't have physical reality to them? And I think maybe it is doing just that. I even see a little specular highlight over there, I think. Oh, here he comes. So yeah, like the way this functionally works, although I am in a limited area, because we're teleporting these objects that are not restricted to the limited area, I'm able to get the heck out of Dodge. And the rocks duplicate themselves, and the bots duplicate themselves. But the Guardian does not. So it's basically chasing me as fast as it possibly can. But coming from very far away. Oh. My target approaches. Trouble is, so does the monster. And here it comes. See that red glow? That's trouble. And there it is. There's the trouble. And it is my doom. They ran into the rock. Get the rock between me and it. It's not helping. Okay, so we have the alarming factor going big time. There we go. See, he's knocking the asteroids apart like mad. What I also need to do is have it smash rocks up. And I think I know how that can be arranged. So there's Guardian. What else can run into a rock? If body scene file contains Z, well, there's also if body scene file contains G. If so, we get to duplicate all of that stuff, of which there is kind of a lot. So let's see. So there's one of them. I may very well just duplicate all of this code rather than making it something to call. Ooh, but I won't be wanting to duplicate all of it, will I? It won't increase the score. Nor will you be testing. Honestly, this, I feel like we're not doing this anymore. We could keep account of the number of rocks maybe, but I am enjoying the concept of having this glowing, glittering, monstrous thing flying through and smashing rocks up as it goes with giant exploding noises. That would be even more alarming. That would be a gloriously alarming thing. Because it's able to knock them about. So that's neat. Yeah, so if you don't actually... So I'm kind of digging the idea of keeping score as like what you got in terms of how many rocks you shot. But you should get a more of a reward. So how about... You get 1 point. 1 point for blowing up a rock. So it's like all very well and stuff, but and we can straight up duplicate this. I mean, all of these things can be duplicated. The bots get to move the rocks around. If rocks hitting other rocks makes them break, it will become ridiculous very quickly. I'm also interested in, and this can't run just on getting hit with this app. Can't possibly. I've got something in here where I'm weeding them out. Here's the one. So there is a thing which is keeping this nearly 0. And then we're doing this, which is culling them. And it's checking to see if the speed is a lot. So these are supposed to pretty much not necessarily cull all the time. This is freeing all of its instances and then deleting itself. But we don't necessarily want to be constantly doing that. So I've now told it not to. I edited some stuff around. So if we play this in level 300 now, it's going to be a lot more busy. A lot more messy. Ooh, and I've still got it chasing me so fast. Oh no. It doesn't kill me this time, but we're in trouble now. Help! So you got to run away from the guy. See where it's at by the red glow, which I believe is also affecting the instance. Up is coming. I should really send it to the reverb bus. That seems like that would be really awesome to send it to the reverb bus, and I should start it much farther away than it is. See, every time I go through the boundaries of the world and get it repeating again, it's a little farther away, but it's coming. It's coming real quick, and once it's part of the actual universe I'm in, it can knock the asteroids about as it tries to get to me, so that is very alarming. And I can already see it in the distance. See that glow? There he is. You're coming. difficult it would be to have him smashing everything up like mad. Because it could get so messy in a hilarious way. And as soon as I put in the when Guardian hits you, you die, it'll become super hard and I'll have to dial back that velocity again. Because that velocity is fierce. So let's see, what do I got to copy? I got to copy all of this. And then I will delete away a bunch of it. But we got to copy all of this and have it triggered by hitting Guardian. And yes, there's a lot, but yeah, there's a lot. It won't happen very often, so it's fine. See, part of what is supposed to make it extremely hard at high levels is the number of busted rocks flying everywhere. So this is not necessarily a bad move. It'll make things really hard. And again, we got to do all this rendering server stuff. So this is basically the final bits of what I'm going to copy and duplicate. Then we're going to get down here and we're good. Copy. And we'll put it between these. Oh, hi, what's going on there? And the reason I couldn't is simply because this is a old C style comment, so I needed to do this. Then G. Collided is Okay, in theory that should work. We're not using that because it's not a zap, so there is only the one of the Guardian. This does still get added. That still gets to be the same, up to and including the dry amount. So it's buried in reverb if it's not happening close to you. All the rest of this stuff should be fine. That's just audio stream updates. Collided does not cease to exist nor free because we're not actually taking it away. Score doesn't update. This, on the other hand, is fine. It doesn't have a player fired, so we don't take any of this. That is because it is not a player-fired object. It is a Guardian. It probably doesn't have much in the way of speed either, but that's fine. But it may make lots and lots of little rocks as it smashes everything up, so that'll be amusing. We're not going to win the level just because the Guardian flies into things. So this entire section goes away. There's an if, that's what was within the if, that's what's within the else. So this simply does not happen ever. We do free those. And here's where we comment this out. Okay. Now, if this worked, we've got a terrifying monster flying around smashing the asteroids up like crazy. Let's run away from it. If we get far enough, it can't hit any more of the asteroids because it is within the realm of just random objects. But it's coming. Oh my god, okay, that's alarming. That is deeply alarming. Man, I don't have to do anything. It's breaking up all the asteroids for me. And throwing them around. Okay. Okay, this is now becoming Wild West of asteroids. Run away! Okay, it ran away. But it's not gonna last. Okay, so where's it coming from? I can probably tell by looking at the destruction. Oh god. Yep, there it is. Hiding behind a rock, but not for long because it's... Oh my god. Okay, this is deeply alarming. It's way too fast. You're supposed to find your counterpart in the middle of all this? So I'm getting some points, but I'm also running into rugs. Yeah, that's deeply scary. So, I know bot has collisions. Does player have collisions? Player is updating Guardian. And I feel like we can have the blue glowing thing be a power-up for getting shots. That could work. And it wouldn't have to be so far away necessarily. So, as long as we have it being super aggressive, okay, so rock does collisions. Rock collides with player. I need to do a special case of Guardian collides with player. Unless player already has collides. I think player doesn't. I think everything else collides. There's process. It's ready. Yeah, player does not seem to have collides of its own. That's legit. Player is acted upon by all these other things. So, Guardian only has this. I think bot has simpler collides. I'll use its. See, on body entered. So copy that and paste it into Guardian and remove most of it. There's physics process. Here's where we can put collides in. So this is the only part that we care about, collide with player. I don't think we have to worry about it colliding with bots. It shouldn't be hurting those at all. So no worries about that. Oh, well, hang on a moment. One of the things that the original game did was if you shot it, it got mad. I feel there's promise to that. If you accidentally shoot at the flying, roaring thing, it chases you and becomes enraged. So that actually kind of works. We'll keep some of this. Actually, that was all of it. So we needn't worry about physics counter, or should we? No, that's just a flash. We needn't worry about zap gatherer, or do we? No, we don't need to worry about that because that is for firing other zaps. So if it contains Z, collided is body as zap. If that is not null, then collided is Q free, and then all the rest of this doesn't matter. No raycast, no is colliding, no gatherer, none of that. So how does this balance out? It balances out by this part being fine, I think. I could be wrong. Maybe I took way too much. So collided equals body as player. If not collided one level, which makes you safe from it, I need to go to where the loser part is in rock, and we'll make hitting the rocks be more deadly. Collided, not game over. Collided, not one level. And we don't know what that is. And we're not going to be needing it or wanting it. No update of game score. That's all the happy ending. We're not doing that. Also not that. Also not that. So boom. These things get updated. And that's what happens when you get killed by a rock or the giant roaring thing, which is going to be still at a very high rate of speed for the time being. But I do not think, so hang on. Collided as player, so that still makes sense. I don't know if we need to do game equals root game. And then here's where it gets enraged, so we need to have an additional counter for Guardian Rage. And then every physics process, Guardian Rage gets cut back. I'm wondering if it can factor into distance. Ooh. Okay, so Guardian Rage could be this initial 8. It can get mad at you if you do something, or perhaps if you're near it. If that starts out as a smaller amount, it'll be more placid. So that's the thing. Also, we can test this part. Now it's chasing really fast, but then it's also going away really fast if you actually win. So that could be interesting. And then let's see. So collides with player, you die. We've got that. If you've won the level, then you're immune, and it's also running away. If you shoot it with a zap, we add something to it. Not necessarily something that small, though. We'll add 1. Or we can make it go completely crazy bonkers. You can have it so that as long as you're not shooting it, it's pretty placid, but then it goes completely berserk if you hit it a lot. Sherman filter bank sound. Console H pre. Use it as a resonant filter. Use ResiQ. That's not necessarily going to be the exact answer, but if I'm not mistaken, a Sherman filter bank is like a bank of resonant filters. So you could use something like that. Try the most current version of ResiQ. And allow me to throw another log on my fire. And then we'll start playing with this craziness. That's actually one heavy log, man. That's some hardwood. I lift weights, you know, but this is still a very substantial chunk of wood right there. That is some hardwood. And no mistake. That's good, though. That means that that's going to burn for longer. Softwoods burn up and then they're just gone. Yeah, so that's what I just put in. Yeah, did you hear it munch on the ground? That was intense. So, Guardian range equals 0. Let's start it at 1. Then its chase velocities can be a factor of that. And distance can also be a factor of that. But just for now, what we can do is leave this the way it is. Or maybe you could instantiate as 2. And then what can happen is some of this stuff, like distance, can be ramped up each time you hit it. And then this difficulty factor can also be ramped up each time you hit it. So you can end up in a world of hurt if you're accidentally shooting it a whole bunch. And that could be dramatic. Speaking of dramatic, let's see what happens when we're playing it and it can actually kill you. This could be a world of hurt. Run away! Oh man, it's coming right through the asteroids. It's making things messy. Aggressive. It needs to not attack me so hard when I've already been killed. It's too noisy that way. So if we're player 1 level, or is the 2 up bars. Here, game over. So if not 1 level and not dead, So that's going to be a not. Okay, I'm pretty sure when I hit the, okay, so let's see. What am I missing? On body entered. Node body. So it should be checking to see whether it is player. If so, it loads it as player. And it's able to do all of this stuff. It's checking to see whether the player object is null. It's supposed to be able to do this stuff. That's supposed to be working. I guess one thing I can do is start rapid firing at it and seeing whether they bounce off of it. And that might give me some kind of a clue as to whether this part is actually in existence or not. Okay, so public partial class guardian. And then here's all of the other stuff. Is this lined up correctly? Looks like it. Looks like it. So on body entered contains these two things. Well, player doesn't have collide physics in it. Let's try that again. First, run away. Oh, I got bounced into a rock. That's what happened to me. On the bright side, now it is not chasing me because it knows I died. So that was violent, but strangely chill. Oh no, wait. I think I was wrong about that. It's still chasing me. Meeting. So it's still trying to beat me up. That's no good. Well, I do have a possible way for making it react. We can just start running with this. As the part that I don't know is whether or not running into the big meanie Rory thing kills you or what. But we do have Guardian Rage. It gets updated with every, like we can start it even as 1. But then every time you hit it, it's +1. And then we can measure it like this. So distance can be ramped up a lot. So that'll make the pitch scale go crazy if you go too hardcore. I can cap it, mind you. I can cap it. And then, like, all of this gets squared. Ooh, I think I know where my logic might be in error. This is what it needs to be. If not, either player 1 level or game over. Those both have to be true. Or rather, those both have to be false for this to work. If either of them are true, then we go to the false. That's a fairly simple scenario. And I don't need I don't need to necessarily make it run away real quick, but we could simply, it attacks extra hard, but when it leaves, it doesn't necessarily leave as fiercely as it did when it arrived. So now we've got that. And we can also have that be part of Guardian Rage as well. Pulse times. So it'll only start doing the freaky weird line thing. And I don't know whether that's costly to calculate, but it seems to be working fine. We only need to do the freaky line thing if it's actually got mad. It's not as much of a, well, it is kind of a distance thing, isn't it? No, it's not, actually, it's not. So it'll make funny shapes when Guardian Rage has ramped up. And again, we could cap that, but we're starting it out easier. And let's just see what this does. And I'm going to dial the level back just a bit, simply to see whether we can make any sense of all this. So our dude is hanging around over here somewhere, but not necessarily being aggressive. I see it. It's this. You can barely see it in the air. It's because it's not particularly upset. It's dangerous. Don't run into it. But it's not upset. Until... okay, that bounced. Okay, I feel like we have something of a concern here, because none of its impacts seem to be doing that much. That stuff's bouncing off of it. And it's not getting mad. I'm supposed to be able to make it freak out. It's a little cranky. I forgot to send that to the reverb. That would be cool. If I bounce off of it, do I die? No. Okay, something's wrong with the collision. I'm supposed to be able to use the collision. Oh, okay. Turns out it was very simple. Remember how I said, oh, look at this mesh instance. I want to make it look nice. It's black, and so it's got this ugly blue tinge over it. I shut off the collision shape. Look at this. Boop. Now, we ought to get something. I do need to make it start off at a much greater distance, though. I love how it's playing little tunes, just by proximity. It does entire little jams just based on the fact that it is a... So let me see, where is this guy hanging see the red tinges, but it's harder to see where Mr. Nude is. He's behind these rocks. Where's he at? One thing about it, it's not very angry at this time. There it is. Okay. Now we get to see whether things could become very scary from shooting this. It's very passive now. Well, the shot didn't bounce. Well, that shot did bounce. Okay, it needs to be updating a little faster. It's too invisible. Maybe I forgot to save? Hang on. I do have to save in Godot before it'll accept that. It looks like I did, though. Huh. Okay, turned on the collision shape. That's the only thing that it actually hits. Not worried about doing a debug fill. Do we need to update the sphere shape collider radius? Maybe we do. So we'll save that again. Under the last few seconds of stream, honestly. I'm basically just trying to get this to either collide or what. Okay, back over to game. Here's where we're getting things started. Alrighty. Collision shape scale, mesh instance 3D scale. I can make the collision shape a little bit smaller. Ooh. Hang on. We start in the middle every time. So, in theory, we can have it starting where we are not. It'll kind of come up from the depths of the earth, outside the range. In fact, let's see, where? I has a where to answer. Where is my where? I bet I can just undo and get past that. Let's just undo and get past that. There, that's what I wanted. So I can start where you are, but far below. Once we do this, and assuming we don't have any misspelling there, no, it seems spelled right. And the collision shape vector times this times that, yep, seems legit. Size should be working okay. So it should be nowhere up. I stand corrected. It's not nowhere near. It's like right over there. And that is not getting shots. They're bouncing off it. So that's interesting. Also, why are we not relaunching? Oh, beach ball of death. So this is surely XYZ, yes? So what is the Z? No, that's Y, not Z. So Y, arrow probably means plus, so negative Y is what I want. So I mostly had things right, but I was thinking slightly wrong. It's laid out like Minecraft. It's simply fixed. And let's make it negative world size. Alrighty. Now, when we relaunch it, we should at least have no monsters right here, but then there will be the evidence of maybe one far below. See just a hint of red from underneath that will gradually be approaching. Or I can fly down and get right up close to it. See, there it is. But I cannot shoot it because it just bounces right off. So we're not getting the collisions there. Okay, this stuff is working. It is a rigid body 3D. Oh, it's arguing about public being there? That's weird. Oh, it can be made private. Apparently so can that. So it is not actually responding to these things. And it feels like this, use pattern matching. All right, see you later, Gwens. It's actually dinner time for me too. I'm going to say let's get back to this on Thursday. We'll do all the gameplay stuff of making it very exciting on Thursday. But what I can do for now, even though it's not able to connect to me or kill me in any way, because it's not actually colliding. And that's annoying, but I haven't got a solution for it right now. What I can do instead is start it out very rageful. And then we can play a little game that is very messy. So let's see how it acts now. This is going to be real funny. All right, let's go. So we can fly around in this relative piece. But it's probably not going to spare me for very long. Cause he coming. Let's get the heck out of Dodge. I like the way it has a light in it which stops you from, like if that red glow is there, you know you have trouble. Oh, yeah, it's coming and it is breaking rocks as it goes. this giant rock. Or, in fact, he's right there. Why is that rock not showing up? Okay, well, there should be... Oh, no, I hit a rock. Okay. And so, there you have it. Extremely high-level play, which I did not survive. But on the bright side, it looks like it is correctly obeying the rule of if you're already dead, don't chase you anymore. And that seems good. It escaped to start on level 1. Here's level 1. And here he comes. Mad when you shoot rocks is the protector of the rocks, right? So, except for it's not, because it flies into them and blows them up itself. Okay, so it's attacking. Noisy. Where is it at? There it is. Oh god, there's even bigger rocks. So I'm leading it over to where... Well, those actually might not exist. They probably don't. So I'm going to let it ram me into this rock, at which point I will die, and I'll see whether it goes away again. Ram me into the rock. I died, and it appears to be going away again. Okay, seems legit. I still got to figure out that collision stuff. That collision stuff is not great. It is not working. But since it's not working, I'm going to do one more tweak. You shall go to Splody Bus. So do I have anything on collision shape that I can turn on that'll make it be any better? Or maybe the rigid body. See, this is a very heavy thing. It's impossibly heavy. No physics override. Let's have it not be able to sleep. No custom integrator, but a continuous CD. Contact monitor on, maximum contacts 10, which is probably enough, I would hope. Let's see whether that should work, and we shouldn't need to have a custom integrator. How about you never have a disable mode? Oh, collision. What do we got here? Layer 1. That seems right. Alrighty. I'm starting to do that thing of coding rather than eating tacos. I'm calling on myself, telling on myself that I'm doing the thing. Okay. Fly downwards and find the monster. Where are you, monster? You're around here. So it shouldn't be bouncing off like that. And I seem to be not dying when running into him. But if we let him push me into that rock, it's not even pushing me into the rock very well. Well, one of the things I wanted to test out was the sound effect, so at least I confirmed that it's going into the reverb bus. And he coming, here he coming. He's gonna come through that rock, there he is. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's see, what else? We could make it not make everything red all the time. Much more attenuation. And we'll see what that does. Compensate for that. More intense light within that attenuation. Let's set this to 0. Don't need to engage with that. We'll see whether we can get specularity happening. Ooh, significant cost for shadows. Well, what would it look like if we did? What would that look like if we did? Sure is. Check it out, we can fly around shooting rocks. like it. Look at that. That's a specular highlight. And he just blowed up a guy. I'm digging that specular highlight. That looked nice. Fly far enough away and you can get away from that guy seriously, but he is flying into giant asteroids, which means he has collision. That's doing my head in. What the hell? It collides with rocks, but it can't collide with me. Oh, there he is. It's a little hard to see that. It's going too hard. Need to make it brighter. I'm sure I can do that. And again, I'm still not able to collide. None of that stuff is colliding properly. So let's just fly really far away. Glowing jerkwad here. Well, now what's that about? I feel like I see a red glow in the distance, which bodes me no good. Called Dark Thoughts. It's probably around here somewhere. That says that away. Is it you? It was. Okay, so here's the game. And then I hit N for next level, which is one level more difficult. Mistake. Oh, that one says up. Let's go up. That one says this away. And is this the one? Yes. Oh, missed. So that was a dangerous little rock there. Okay, I passed a couple of levels rather quickly that way. And I see the ominous red glow, which means that Mr. Nasty is coming. And I hit N for next level. And then if I hit a rock, it is deadly. Bonk. Although I should probably make it so they have to be going at a good rate of speed. It probably shouldn't be that if you just touch one very lightly, it's deadly. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. Also, it would be fun if you had gravity around these things. That would be cool. And there you have it. So that indeed is the video game. And I'm going to go and have tacos now. It's not too late. I'm sorry I wasn't able to solve the collision problem. A bunch of this stuff is simply not going to work game-wise until I can get Guardian colliding with things. And the process Ooh, hello. Well, it can't be looking for public override void on body entered. The other ones don't have that. No, the other ones don't do override at all. And I'm a bit at a loss as to what's the difference. So public partial class bot rigid body 3D. Do we have public class garden? Yeah, guardian. And do we have the same number of things? Godot, system and counterpart. System Godot counterpart. And up at the top, Godot system counterpart. Now I wonder whether there's a sequence of system Godot, Godot system, Godot system. You know what? This is not being solved right now. It's fine. We'll talk to you folks later. In fact, we'll be back on Thursday, most likely doing the same things, because we added some neat stuff. There could be other neat stuff to add as well, but that was definitely adding some neat stuff. Talk to you in a bit. Bye-bye.